this hand. No, the headphones are getting in the way. I don't remember this at all. Okay, here we go again.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
This is fine. Dude, how do you do the horse thing? I don't get it. I literally do not get it. Like, I genuinely don't understand. Alright, I'm done. Oh my god! That was awesome!
You did it! Okay, thank you. It was small for like a brief second. Right? It was really brief second. And you got those dragons right. Okay, thank you so much.
What do you get when you jingle Santa's balls?
Jingle balls, obviously.
A white Christmas.
I don't get it.
Okay.
Are you implying that Santa's balls are white?
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
What if he tans nude at the beach? How do you know? Maybe he's black from the waist down. How do you know what color Santa's balls are?
Oh my god. Okay, don't worry about it. Let's go play our London only match.
You should never tell me a dirty joke. I don't like, it's 2023. We should imply what color Santa's balls are.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what we were, yeah.
Is that not the joke? I'm
might get that
21
one.
years old. I want to get the joke. Can you tell me the joke, please?
What's a chess player's favorite TV show?
What?
Pawn Stars.
You got this. Hello, everyone, and welcome. This is the Botez Camp, the first ever fully invitational. 8 streamers invited to Malibu, California to play in a round robin. My name's Joe. You might know me as Joe Bruin. I'm commentating with the honor today of talking with Benjamin Feingold, who needs no introduction, really. So go, Ben. Ben,
You can call me Ben. Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, Ben, are you looking forward to these games?
Yeah. This is a great tournament and really going to be exciting for the fans. And it's going to be especially exciting for Nemo because she hasn't played classical chess in quite a long time. So she's going to dip her feet and get back in to the slow chess world.
Yeah, she's been playing a lot of poker, actually, which is something that you definitely know a lot about.
Yeah, I played poker with her a few weeks ago in LA.
Oh, yeah.
I was at that game.
With the both hands, right?
Yep. So I've only played Nemo in poker. I haven't played her slow chess yet.
That would be really fun to see. So yeah, lots of overlap between chess and poker. But let's bring in the Nemo cam and see where.
The Nemo cam. That sounds good.
Looks like we've lost it. Oh, there it is. Okay, so Nemo and Jennifer Yu. This is the first round matchup. There's the handshake. Nemo's starting the clock. And we're about to see the first move. And it's D4. Do you know if this is Jennifer's, like, what she's known for?
Yeah, Jennifer plays actually everything on move 1. She could play D4, E4, C4, or Knight F3. So D4 is what I play usually. So somebody in the chat before the game predicted C4. A lot of times that transposes.
Okay, and we see Knight F6, and now C4. Knight F6 is typically what I play against D4 openings.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, this is pretty solid so far. Pretty flexible. Probably see Nemo go for kingside castles, right?
Yep, Knight F3 was played. I was hoping for Knight C3 since I have a chessable course coming out next month on the Nimzo Indian. But this isn't going to be a Nimzo Indian. Right now it's a Queen's Indian.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with all the opening subtleties, so maybe I'll have to get your course.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Everybody buy my course. Do as I say.
Actually, we have a commentator's command if anyone wants to see Ben's Twitch. Ben's not live right now, but he might be later. I'm sure Ben's going to stream at some point, right?
I'll definitely stream at some point. But probably not tonight, because this is, going to be a several-hour game.
Yeah, so maybe...
Which Nemo will win in spectacular fashion.
Okay, we're moving the camera a little bit back.
Okay.
Thanks for the sub to Justin. And there's actually a couple other people that subbed earlier while we're still in our intro. Zuka and Viz, my name. Or V is my name. Oh, and Sacrifice Masters. So yeah, thanks everyone. Really appreciate all the support. Shout out to Gary Kasparov.
Isn't D5 supposed to
go Gary Kasparov
and Ulan? Actually, it's not Gary. It's Gary Kaspivarov. My bad.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to
very close.
Karen. They have given 891 gift subs.
Hey, somebody gifted me a sub in Nemo's chat. Hooray!
Nice. Thank you, Ulan. Appreciate that. Ulan's a legend. So, we have B6 from Nemo and G3 from Jennifer, kind of maybe hinting at like a double fianchetto on the same diagonal, but instead Nemo goes bishop to A6, which puts immediate pressure on C4, and now knight B to D2 develops the knight and defends that pawn.
Yeah, bishop b7 is the old move that you saw like before 1995, 2000, and lately they've been playing bishop a6. Is by far the most common move now. Sometimes after knight bd2, they just drop the bishop back to b7 or black can also try c5 or d5. And knight bd2 wasn't forced either. Sometimes white plays queen c2 instead.
Yeah, that all makes
So,
sense.
yeah, this is all regular theory. And when black plays bishop b7, typically they're just saying that your knight is misplaced on d2. You'd rather have it on c3, and you're blocking your bishop on c1. So there's more than one way for black to play here. Black could also just develop her king, bishop, and castle. But typically, if white gets bishop g2 in, black's going to play bishop b7. Nemo plays the most direct move, d5,
Yeah,
putting pressure on c4 again.
very logical. That makes a lot of sense. I like what you were saying about the subtleties between bishop b7 and bishop a6, and you said that bishop b7 was what you saw back in the day in '95. That was pretty much before all of these players were born.
Right.
So makes sense why she didn't play bishop b7. She wasn't born yet for that. But shout out to CL Smith in the chat saying, "Who is this Ben guy?" Who we all know who Ben is.
Yeah, CL Smith is a regular on my stream.
Yeah, he's a VIP in mine as well. So
Oh,
we
that's
all
good.
know CL. Actually, CL,
Mhm.
I'm sure you've met him many times, at least in Vegas.
I think I've met CL just in Georgia.
Okay.
Maybe we met in Vegas once.
Well, I met CL in Vegas and played some poker with him as well. So
Yeah, he does play poker. Sometimes he's online and plays in the same game that Karen's playing in.
yeah, shout out to Karen as well, who might be showing up later, maybe. Celebrity appearance.
You never know. It could happen.
Okay, so we have a couple more moves coming in, and it looks like even though d5, like you said, put extra pressure on c4, Jennifer just continues her development, fianchettoing the bishop. I guess if you take on c4, there's queen a4 check, right?
Queen a4 check is annoying, and knight e5 might even be more annoying with a discovered attack on the queen's rook.
Exactly. So not defending the pawn directly, but defending it tactically makes a lot of sense. And Jennifer's now
Yeah.
castled. Meanwhile, Nemo's brought her dark square bishop out, also getting ready to castle kingside. Is that kind of the main move you think here, or okay, that's exactly what she's doing.
Yeah, she'll the most castling is the most logical move after bishop e7. A lot of times, to shore up the defense of the c4 pawn, and the fact that the white knight is on d2, white will play b3 and then bishop b2, just so the bishop has somewhere to go, and the c4 pawn is defended more. Another idea for white is to just take on d5, to just get rid of the weakness on c4. Also good.
Yeah, I feel like whenever I have these structures against d4, I never am quite sure when to take, when to not take. I feel like whenever I play b6, that's when white initiates the trade on d5, because if I take back with the e pawn, my bishop on c8 has essentially two diagonals to go to. So another like thing that I struggle with, I feel like, is when I play c5, they'll always delay taking. If my bishop has to go to e7 and then retake, it's like the bishop has to move twice.
Right.
So it's nice to play b6 because you can take back with a pawn, right?
That's right. And in fact, if black does play c5 at some point soon, if white does take it, black can take either way is fine. And Jennifer just plays the aggressive move, knight e5, pinning the d pawn.
Yeah, that opens up that long fianchettoed bishop on the diagonal. It also kind of makes it tricky for the knight on b8 to develop, right? You can't go to c6 anymore. And if you go to d7 and offer a knight trade, Jennifer could hop into c6, for example.
Right. Yeah. Typically, black's either going to defend this c6 square, as you said, and play bishop b7, or, as you also said, black can strike at the center now and play the move c5. Those are the two logical moves for Nemo in this position.
Yeah, I feel like c5 probably makes a lot of sense. Are there any like things you don't want to do, like maybe moving the queen?
Yeah, I don't see anywhere good for the queen to go. Yeah, it seems like you have to meet knight e5 with something that tries to do something about it, which she played bishop b7. c5 attacks the d4 pawn, which was defended by the knight, so it's also good. But bishop b7 is the most solid.
Yeah, and the pawn on d5 is still pinned because your bishop's not defended yet. But do you think Nemo's gonna play c5 soon?
That's what she'd like to do. If black can complete development with something like knight bd7 and then play c5, then black can probably claim equality out of the opening. It's hard for white to get an advantage because black is so solid. White's bishop on c1 doesn't really have a super active square to go to. Jennifer is either going to take on d5 now or play b3 and bishop b2 and leave the tension on d5. And then, black just wants to play knight bd7 and c5 and say, what's the problem? So pretty equal position. The engine says white is a little bit better, which it always says in the Queen's Indian, but very solid opening, which gives black good chances of equality since white doesn't really have a good way to get an initiative, especially against black's king. It's really big positional game with a lot of maneuvering and, who typically the Queen's Indian is an opening where the better player is going to win because there's a lot of strategy in moving the knights around and with the d5 pawn and playing in the center, and there's not usually a lot of big tactics until later in the middle game.
Yeah, and I'm really excited for the game to get going. Obviously, classical time, these players are taking their time with the opening, but I was watching some of the games earlier and there were lots of moments for either side actually to really get an advantage. We actually already saw an upset when Jules Gambit beating Andrea, I think.
Yeah, I was surprised.
Jennifer here is definitely the strongest player out of the entire field. She's a 2 times U.S. Women's Champion. Nemo is a 1-time Canadian champion, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she's also won World Youth. So, I mean, tons of talent, even at this one board alone. But definitely Jennifer's the favorite. But as we've already seen, not even finished with round 1, there are going to be upsets. So it's definitely anyone's game. This is really exciting for Nemo. Maybe this is like a US versus Canada matchup right here. I don't know if we have any Canadians cheering for Nemo. Maybe some Botez fans that are tuning in that are also Canadians. So yeah, this tournament has 3 Canadians, 3 Americans. Dina's representing Israel and Anna Kramling from Sweden. So very exciting, very like diverse field.
Yeah, that's a lot of different countries. I didn't realize there were 3 Canadians.
If you count both Botez sisters, yeah.
That's right. I just counted them as one.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like they're pretty American. They've lived here for a long time. But they still rep Canada, of course. Jennifer, I think, is still studying at Harvard. So she's
I think so, yeah.
Um, I don't know when the last time she played was. She might have taken some time off as well, but definitely, I don't know when Nemo's last classical game was either. Probably at least over a year. I know she's been focusing mainly on speed chess, playing online.
Hmm.
I know she's played some blitz tournaments over the board. Actually, Nemo played in the candidates blitz side event, and I was commentating her games with Jennifer actually. So Jennifer and
Yeah.
Nemo, they're fairly close. I know they've hung out a lot of times in the past. And this event bringing them back together again. Um, I'd actually met all of the players except for Linda, who you said that you know actually from a long time ago, but I had never heard of her until this event. But apparently she's been in the chess world for a very long time.
Yeah, I haven't seen her play chess lately, but this was when I was on Facebook, and all the chess players were on Facebook, and she played in tournaments and was on Facebook a lot. Like, I guess a lot of the people are, just not me. Uh, they kicked me out of Facebook when I turned 40, I think. Or maybe they let me back in when I was 50. I'm not sure if it's for young or old people anymore. But yeah, I thought she was just completely out of chess. So that's what I thought.
Yeah,
But
so
not, but people who are out of chess come back sometimes.
yeah, for those of you that don't know Linda, she's actually starting to stream as well. I believe her channel is Winda Diaz, so she doesn't take L's. So that's what she told me. But yeah, I actually helped them set up these DGT boards. I live very close to the tournament, so it's a very beautiful location in Malibu. They rented out a place up in the hills with a beautiful view, overlooks the mountain range there, and you can see the ocean. So probably one of the most beautiful places that they've played, I assume.
It does look nice from here, but I'm thousands of miles away.
Yeah. So anyways, it's a round robin. Nemo's going to be playing every player in the tournament, so we'll see her versus Linda later on. But I think a lot of people kind of expecting Jennifer to do very well, which is obvious. But I think people are also counting out perhaps the untitled players like Jules and Linda out a little early. Because, I mean, as we saw, Jules already had a win against Andrea, which is really cool. And we're hoping Nemo does really well here against Jennifer. And Nemo's been taking her time on this move. This is definitely her longest thing so far. Queen C2, I don't think is anything out of the ordinary, but Nemo's just played C5, which is something we were expecting. So maybe
Yep.
Nemo just kind of going over some lines in her head. Probably still prep, would you say?
Yeah, they're probably leaving prep now, is why she took a big think. But so far, both players have played very logically. And black is on the verge of equalizing, and I think this is a good time with white's d pawn attacked for white to take on d5 and fix the pawn structure in the center, and then white has to figure out what to do about the d4 pawn. One thing white can do is ignore it and play b3, bishop b2, but probably it makes more sense just to take on d5 first to figure out which way black is going to recapture before we do anything else. And I think if white plays timidly and plays something like e3 or d takes c5, that really can't promise white any advantage.
Okay, so we'll see what Jennifer comes up with. Nemo's just gotten up to take a break from the board for now. Nemo took a long think, so I'm curious to see how long Jennifer will think, because sometimes how long your opponent waits can impact how fast you play. It looks like Nemo just got up to get a drink. And I guess it's on the other board, Alex versus Linda.
That's right. Yeah, the games are staggered, so we see 2 games and then 2 more games later. These are the later games today. And yeah, those are the only 2 that we haven't seen the game yet. So that's Linda and Alex are playing on the other board.
Yeah, that makes sense. And this has to be a really fun event, I guess, for all of the viewers because it's pretty rare to have like a creator versus a creator in these like OTB events, right? Like a lot of people have been streaming over the board tournaments a lot more recently, I'd say. And so this is a tournament that pretty much every single game you're guaranteed to have a lot of action and a lot of fan bases tuning in. I'm sure there's fans for Jennifer, fans for Nemo, people cheering for their favorite creators, their favorite players. I'm sure there's a lot of fans like myself that are fans of all the players, and it's going to be hard to root to see like what happens. So, and how they staggered the matches, like you said, it's 2 games in the morning, 2 games in the evening. So no matter where you are in the world, you're going to have something to tune into.
That's right. And I think a lot of people in the chess world are going to have difficulty deciding who they're rooting for, since I think normally, since they're usually not playing each other, we just, it's easy to root for somebody. But now that they're all playing each other, people are going to have to take sides. And I've taken sides. I'm rooting for Nemo. Go Nemo.
Yeah, we're streaming for Nemo, so of course we have to cheer for Nemo.
That's right. And probably the person I've streamed for the most of this group is Dina Belankaya.
Okay.
And she's still playing her game from earlier. She's in a complicated end game.
Yeah, I would say Jennifer has been the favorite just in terms of rating, but then for second place, probably Nemo or Dina. And what's crazy is Anna, I think, had a position where she was much better off. I think Dina blundered a piece, actually, which is crazy in time pressure. That was around move 40 before they get the 30 minutes back. So they've since passed move 40, so they got additional time back. And I think Dina's been able to bring it back closer. So very dramatic game so far.
Yeah, the last time I looked, I preferred Dina's position, but it seemed like the most likely result was a draw.
And yeah, this game, C5, Jennifer, now also in a think. So having to decide if you want to capture in the center, there's, those 4 pawns all staring at each other, or like you said, you could play something like B3 or E3. But I guess the most pressing move that Jennifer could play is to take on D5 first. And I guess Black has a lot of options to take back. Would you take back with the pawn to maintain that pawn center, or would you take back with one of the minor pieces?
If I took back with something that wasn't the pawn, it would be the knight. But I would be worried that White would get the C4 square for her pieces and also get to kick my knight out with E4 soon. So probably I'm taking with the pawn as you suggested.
Okay, that's interesting because I feel like taking with the knight, I would be worried about the knight being pinned to the bishop on B7. So I was thinking,
also bad, yeah.
if you take with the bishop, you could offer that trade, and typically when you're playing against like a fianchettoed bishop, especially where your opponent has castled, trading off the bishops tends to be in your favor because with the fianchetto structure, you leave your opponent with a lot of weaknesses, right? So I'm curious, if you take with the bishop, does White just play like E4 or something?
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. I thought if White got E4 in, that would grab the center, and I think that should give White an advantage just because it really kills the knight on F6. Doesn't have control over E4 and D5 anymore.
Yeah, that definitely all makes sense. So I'm curious to see if Jennifer will take on d5, and Nemo's gotten up from the board again, so maybe she's ready for e takes d5, although I guess she can't pre-move on a board. If we weren't streaming for Nemo, well, I don't know if we'd be streaming Fly. um, but yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. Good to see Caspian and the mods for Nemo showing up. I was there pretty much all day yesterday helping set up, like, these DGT boards are actually my friends. So I was able to drive them over and help get that going. But while we were doing all of that, all of these streamers, you know, content creators, they were just filming nonstop. Like for YouTube videos, they were using their phones for shorts, Instagram reels, TikToks. I'm sure some of you have already seen a lot of it, so definitely be sure to follow their socials. I was helping Nemo actually film some behind the scenes footage, so you should be expecting probably a vlog, at least from, you know, some of the players. I think Jules Gambit's also vlogging, so I feel like in the last 24 hours, these content creators, these streamers, they filmed so much. Like the I don't know how much content compared to like normal, but this is definitely a very exciting time for fans, people that are trying to get like a glimpse of what it's like to be a chess celebrity almost. I know Ben's definitely experienced that lifestyle, right?
Yeah, I'm not as celebrity as these women, but I did see a couple of funny pictures on Twitter from the women in this event that were, you know, supposed to be. They were somewhat humorous.
Yeah, they definitely took some funny photos. And I think that's what's also really fun about this. Like, they're all staying at this Malibu mansion. They're all staying here. It's basically a chess camp. I mean, that's literally what it's called, the Botez Chess Camp. So, and they're all pretty much friends, which is great. That they've all played together, you know, growing up as kids. Some of them having met more recently. But it's definitely something super fun. And now they're playing some serious chess. And there's a lot of stakes on the line, lots of money at stake. And actually, I guess a move that we maybe weren't expecting so much from Jennifer, she just played D takes on C5.
Yeah, I think when in the Queen's Indian, when White plays D takes C5, that's for the most part giving away chances for White to get an advantage in the opening. And Nemo could have taken either way. She took on with the pawn, which is fine, and it's possible we're going to see a hanging pawn type position, pawn structure where Black has the center pawns and White tries to put pressure on it.
Yeah, I like taking with the pawn myself because I like having the pawn duo sticking together. Also, shout out to Chess Dojo. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. This is the first round of the Botez Chess Camp. We're covering Nemo's game versus Jennifer Yu. So this is Canadian champ versus American champ here. Round one, this is a tough pairing. This is, I guess, the toughest pairing that Nemo could have gotten, and she has the black pieces. So I feel like typically in a round robin, it's like the number 1 seed versus the number 8 seed in the first round. But I think they had to change the order of the pairings around a little bit from what's normally expected. So I guess an unlucky start for the tournament. But actually, you know, this game's still very young. Anything can happen still, of course. Nemo actually has a pretty good position here out of the opening. Jennifer's now taking on d5, which is we were expecting the move prior. So now, yeah, I guess e takes, right, is the most logical.
Yeah, I would be surprised if she didn't take with the e pawn, because if she takes with a minor piece, then she'll have two isolated pawns on the queen's side, and especially the c5 pawn looks weak, and probably most importantly the c4 square. You know, white's knight on d2 would like to go to c4, so black really should take with the pawn here.
Yeah, definitely makes a lot of sense. Keeping the pawns together, keeping this knight on d2 under control, like you said. Chess Dojo is saying that Jesse won 3 games in a row, so that's awesome. And I believe we should have Kostya actually joining us in the commentary booth in one of the later rounds. So I'm going to be stuck with you guys for, I guess I should say you guys are going to be stuck with me for all 7 rounds. So I'm going to be covering every single game of Nemo's. And then we're going to have guest appearances from other commentators throughout the event. So I think Ben's sticking with us the first 2 rounds, which is exciting. I don't know if I've ever commentated with you, Ben, before.
I don't remember commentating with you, so it's our first time. We're nervous.
But Ben, I don't know if you remember, there was a time in Vegas where we actually played in this like chess poker tournament together.
Chess poker, that sounds good.
It was, I think, with Glenn Panner, and you actually had a bounty. It was like 20 bucks or something. Maybe a couple years ago.
Yeah, at the Westgate, I think.
Yeah, that was a good memory of mine.
Yeah, I knocked out Glenn Panner that tournament and got the bounty. Yeah.
Well, something that I remember, I don't know if you remember this, but you had to buy back in because I actually knocked you out and got
that
your
sounds
bounty.
like me. Yeah.
You tried to bluff me and I called you.
Yeah, that sounds like something I would do. Yeah.
So yeah, good times. And you were just in Vegas recently.
Yeah, I actually went to Vegas twice. Once for the National Open, then Karen and I came back for the World Series of Poker. So there was lots of chess and poker.
Yeah, that's definitely right up Nemo's alley as well. And you said you were playing with Nemo in LA actually, and that was a poker tournament streamed by the Botezes as well.
That's right. And I won a really big pot off of her by like sort of semi-bluffing, I guess. We both didn't finish in the top 3, which was where the prizes were.
Yeah, it's tough poker, and I guess chess too. You got to do really well to make money, right?
Yep.
Thank you, Stuckfish, for the gift to Chess
Stuckfish
Dojo.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Chess Dojo. They have given 91 gifts.
Nemo's playing pretty quickly. One of people in the chat suggested that instead of b3 on move 12, that even though Nemo took with the pawn, white could still play knight c4 since the d pawn is pinned, which is correct. I'm not so worried about that, but knight c4 is a fine move. I was just worried the knight could sit on c4 forever if we didn't take with the pawn. And Jennifer decided to play b3, which is fine. And Nemo played a little bit of an unusual move. Normally, when we develop our queen knight, we play knight bd7, get rid of that knight on e5. And Nemo's move also looks reasonable. She just played knight c6. And I guess if Jennifer trades on c6, maybe the bishop on c6 isn't as well placed as it is on b7, just because it's lined up with the white queen. But I don't think that's going to be a big deal.
Yeah, that's an interesting detail. I feel like normally once you get the pawn to c5, the knight likes to go to c6. It's a little bit more forward. But being lined up with the queen makes a lot of sense. I guess at some point, Nemo's going to want to play rook c8 and line up opposite the queen there. But yeah, Nemo and Jennifer, they do trade off the knight. Definitely like that knight c4 idea. I guess technically still possible. Um,
Could still play knight c4, and here, because the bishop is on c6, which is a little unusual, now white can play b4, and if black plays c4, we can take on c4 because of the pin. And I think b4 is actually the best move, taking advantage of black's poor placement of the bishop on c6.
yeah, that's really good tactical vision. We'll see if Jennifer can go for this line. I see Alexandra walking in the background with her yellow dress, some red slippers, and she had a hat that looked pretty fancy. So she's taking a glance over at Jennifer and Nemo's game, and that's another cool thing about these round robin tournaments is everyone's going to be wanting to look at everyone's games because those are going to be players that they're going to be playing later. So it's important prep. And these girls are definitely very competitive. Even though they're playing amongst friends right now against the chessboard, they're enemies. So they all want to win really badly.
Yeah, and Jennifer's having a think about which pawn she wants to take advantage of pin-wise with either b4 or knight c4, or if she just wants to complete development and play bishop c2, bishop b2, which is also fine.
Yeah, that's definitely very logical follow through after a move like b3, just getting the bishop out. Maybe doesn't want to risk going into these sharp tactical lines just yet, but I do like you pointed out b4. This is why knight c6 is a little less natural than knight bd7.
Yeah, knight c6 is probably a very minor inaccuracy that probably won't matter unless Jennifer plays b4, which sort of changes the complexion of the game. Because if white just plays bishop b2 and puts her rooks in the center, bishop on c6 or b7 is about the same. So I think the only way to try to punish knight c6 is to play b4 here.
Yeah, and b4 it's not the most natural move. I mean maybe for a grandmaster or a player better than me, but yeah, I mean you have these two pawns on the queen side in their structure, and like the bishop kind of tends to complete this. It's like a fianchetto. But yeah, b4 would be very nice. And you also mentioned Nemo's playing pretty quick. She has a 10-minute time advantage early here against Jennifer, but if Jennifer plays this b4 move, that's going to be tricky to see how exactly Nemo wants to address the issue, right? Because white would be threatening perhaps to take on c5. As you mentioned, you can't take on b4 because it's pinned to the bishop, and you can't push c4 because the knight takes. So lots of pins here. I feel like b4, could you just play like rook c8, or do you need to maybe develop your queen and defend c5 again?
Probably need to develop and defend c5, because if I take on c5, and she did play b4 just now, and then play knight b3, and I have bishop e3 or bishop a3, I can defend that pawn. So I think she should play queen b6 here.
Yeah, b4 played, and Jennifer showing awareness here, knowing that the bishop on c6 is awkwardly placed opposite both white's queen and bishop. So not delaying at all, not completing development, striking, I guess, while the iron's hot, right? b4, strong move, top move from Jennifer, and called out immediately from Ben. So I guess, Ben, have you seen this kind of before?
Yeah, I've seen white often against the hanging pawns is looking for a way to attack them first with pieces, but then sometimes e4 is good and sometimes b4 is good. Typically, after b4, we could just take it because the black bishop is on b7. So It's not usually something we worry about too much. But yeah, I think what's likely to happen is we're going to see a trade here of after queen b6, they'll trade on c5, and Nemo has to decide whether she wants to trade queens or not on c5 and get into a slightly worse position with her isolated d pawn. Of course, d5 pawn's not all bad because black has a square on e4 for her knight, which is a nice place to jump to. So it's preferable for white, but black is still doing okay.
Yeah, so queen b6 is top choice, just adding extra support over the c pawn, and Jennifer's going to have an isolated d pawn to try to attack the IQP. But sometimes it's fun to play with the IQP, right? There's an open c file as well. You can put the rook on and try to target Jennifer's queen on c2. So yeah, still a balanced position, but this could be one of the differences between these two players. Like, you know, Nemo very well known for playing speed chess. In the candidates tournament that I was covering, she was definitely beating up a lot of stronger players, or higher titled players, because less time on the clock, kind of anything goes, and Nemo's super sharp tactically, and obviously very fast. But in these longer time controls, maybe Jennifer is a little bit more prepped up in like openings, right? Knowing the knight should go to d7 as opposed to c6 because of b4. So Jennifer definitely spending a lot of time early. Not really that much time, but more time than Nemo for sure. So I'm actually curious to see like how much of Nemo's clock in a classical time control she's going to use. Maybe someone in the chat knows if Nemo has ever streamed like OTB classical anytime recently.
Yeah, and that's one thing to worry about since she hasn't played a lot of classical chess lately. Some of the bad habits from blitz and rapid might creep in, and she'll play a little too quickly in some critical positions. So hopefully that won't happen, and she'll use the right amount of time when the position calls for it.
I want to give a shout out again to the chat. See people using Ben's famous RAR.
Good chat, good chat.
Yeah. Also shout out to Vlad Chess and Sir Chess a lot, two streamers, and hello to Dr. Jules. Yeah, the camera may be a little blurry. I don't know if we have any control over that, but something that we can definitely bring up to Nemo after the game. But yeah, this is the first round, so we're still getting everything kind of situated. I'd say so far it's been smooth. Like, we did a tech check with Ben. Ben's doing a great job. I was nervous about the DGT boards and the clocks, but it looks like everything's working out really well. Wow, we played rook c8. This was my original thought, Ben, and I guess Jennifer's just gonna take on c5, and I was like wondering if we have any discoveries or any tactical ways to get the pawn back. Yeah, Jennifer takes immediately. So what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I'm surprised by rook c8. This seems like black's going to have a heck of a time winning the pawn back. Now, Nemo has a lot of ways to attack the pawn. She can move the bishop on c6 out of the way, and she can play knight to d7, queen to a5, but I think it was preferable to play queen b6. So we'll see what Nemo has in mind, but if she doesn't do anything quickly, she's going to find herself down a pawn. So
Yeah,
very risky way to play. Rook c8's a risky move.
that's also a pass pawn. It is isolated too, so it could definitely be fought for. And some players actually prefer to give up material so that they can get that activity and trying to get it back. So it gives you a target, right, to attack. But definitely riskier, like you said. So I'm curious, Nemo still up on the clock. Is she gonna spend this extra time to figure out how she wants to go about it? Because Rook C8, sometimes that's a move that you play when you know for sure like what your plan's going to be. So um, I know you mentioned Knight B3 looks really solid. But yeah, lots of ways for White to try to hold on to this pawn, and different ways that Black can kind of try to counter. I'm wondering if, like for example, Bishop to B5 with this discovery idea, also attacking the pawn on E2. I guess still Knight B3 opens up the queen
Right.
and defends the pawn.
And it could be that's what Nemo had planned, and she didn't notice the knight b3 defended both pawns. But maybe she just thought she'll win the pawn back later. It's not going anywhere, and it's just weak. And maybe she did play bishop b5 pretty quickly. So pretty fast moves, and the engine doesn't like bishop b5 at all. Knight b3 played immediately, and yeah, I don't like this pawn sacrifice.
I need to stop recommending moves because I think Nemo's somehow still hearing me. Maybe I forgot to mute the camera. She forgot to mute, but yeah, I was thinking bishop to c4 next, trying to cut off the queen. Also attacking the knight for what it's worth.
Yeah, after bishop c4, that puts pressure on the c5 pawn. Then probably White would play bishop e3, defending the pawn and connecting the rooks. It's not obvious to me how to win that pawn back.
Yeah, bishop to e3. That definitely makes sense. Connecting the rooks, completing your development, defending the c pawn yet again. Maybe Nemo can then go queen c7. So yeah, we'll see what Nemo comes up with here. She's got a task now at hand, and still fairly early on in this game. So I feel like with the 30 extra minutes on move 40, it feels like these games could last a really long time. But knowing Nemo, I wonder like if she's not gonna use the extra time, like if she's just gonna, blitz out her games, right? And be like, yeah, I know it's classical, but like I'm still playing blitz. Like just
let's hope not. Yeah, let's hope she doesn't do that.
I know from firsthand experience, it can be hard going from getting used to playing online speed chess and then just diving headfirst into a classical tournament. Sometimes you just gotta have to like sit on your hands and just really try to think through the position. But yeah, bishop c4 has been played, and now let's see if Jennifer goes bishop e3 like you suggested.
Yeah, it just seems like the bishop's better on e3 than a3, since on a3 the c5 pawn's pinned. And also White wouldn't mind putting the bishop on d4 to blockade the isolated pawn and put the bishop in the center.
Yeah.
Also possible is to play rook d1 and not really care about the c pawn, but put pressure on Black's d pawn.
Yeah, rook d1 was a move I was considering as well. Potentially creating a pen on this d5 pawn.
Yeah, I predict she'll play bishop e3. That seems like the most logical move, defending the pawn and getting your bishop out. But yeah, the players are playing very quickly, in my opinion, considering there's some tactics going on now. The pawn sacrifice. Seems like both players are playing pretty fast.
It's a delayed gambit, I'd call it. Maybe. Someone's asking if Anna lost to Dina, and I actually don't know. Maybe I can...
I'll tell you in a second. I have them still playing,
Yeah, it's still going on.
and let's see.
Looks like it's a bullet match right now.
Yeah,
Both players at a
it should
minute.
just be a draw. Yeah, it's pretty drawn.
It's a rook and pawn endgame, and I guess Dina's up 1 pawn. So, yeah,
Yeah, but she can't hold it because it's going to be attacked.
that's a crazy game. Like Anna, I guess Dina probably was better at the start, but then once they got to the move 40 time pressure, Dina blundered a piece, and Anna was just up a piece. Like it's completely winning, and Dina climbed back in it somehow, getting her piece back. I think finding some serious tactics, bringing it back to a draw. So that's some really exciting chess. Those are also the two European players, I guess, the only two not from North America. So they got.
Wait, that's crazy. I'm just looking at the piece blunders. That's crazy.
Yeah, the queen takes knight. So I think if anyone wants to find the all the games, I can put it in the chat. Also, exclamation Botez in my channel. I guess is it exclamation camp. There's too many chats. We're also streaming on Nemo's YouTube, so definitely be sure to go subscribe. Go check her out there. I'm not looking at the YouTube chat. I don't know if is anyone on Nemo's YouTube? I guess I have to look at it now.
I didn't do anything.
Who watches YouTube live streams?
Anything.
All right. Yeah, there's a couple people there. What was the last tournament you commentated for, Ben?
Good question. It must have been one of Dina's tournaments. But where was she? She was in Europe playing in a tournament where I did commentary. Karen was doing commentary with me for some of it. Where was she? Only my chat knows. Yeah, because when I commentate on Dina's tournament, she could be anywhere. Trying to learn might be right. Iceland, that's possible.
Yeah, I was gonna say Reykjavik.
Yeah, that's possible.
That's one of them. I know the Botezes have been all around. They were in Poland, I think, with Nemo. I know a lot of players were like in Spain recently. So yeah, chess player is very well traveled. Except me, maybe. I gotta play more. I only play like in Vegas pretty much.
Well, that's a good place to play.
Yeah, it's pretty close. Like I only have to drive there, so I don't have to fly. Well, Bishop E3 hasn't been played yet. So Jennifer is using her time. She's got options. Bishop A3, like you mentioned. I know in a lot of openings you don't want to put the bishop like on E3 or D3 in front of your own pawn, but in this case it makes sense because you said it's the most logical way to defend the pawn, and we're not so worried about blocking the E pawn because we've already castled and fianchettoed our light square bishop, so it's not really blocking much.
Right. Yeah, it's just a question of is Nemo going to get her pawn back or not? And if she does, will she still be worse because of her isolated D pawn? So it's going to be an unpleasant defensive task.
Well, when was the last time you played a round robin like this?
A round robin? Wow.
Is that more for like invitational events?
Yeah, I got to think. I've been retired for over 2 years, and I played in like World Open and Foxwoods. But I think probably the last round robin I played was at the St. Louis Chess Club like 4 years ago.
Okay.
So it's been a while.
So I wanted to ask you, as far as round robins go and the pairings, Would you rather play against like a stronger opponent early on or later on? Or
I mean, it doesn't
matter?
really matter to me. The important thing is you get more whites than blacks. So 7 round tournament, it's better to have white 4 times.
Yeah, they did the drawing of colors yesterday, and that's
Mm-hmm.
how they determined who gets white and black.
Yep.
And I guess Nemo got the short end of the stick because I think she has 4 black games. She's starting with black
Yep.
the whole
That's what
time.
happens to half the players. It's terrible.
That's rough, yeah. That's why people like double round robins, right? Because you get
Right. Then you get the same. Yeah. And also, one idea which they do occasionally, which I'm in favor of, is to have an odd number of players in a tournament, so that it's even number of colors, and the person that sits out each round can either just have a rest day or they could help do the commentary one day.
that's a
So
good
that's an
idea.
idea that I like. But yeah, double round robin has equal colors with everybody, so that's always good.
Yeah. Someone asked how delayed is the stream. There's actually no delay. The only delay is how long it takes me and Ben to read your comment in chat. And for me, it could be a really long time.
It hurts.
Well, the reason most tournaments that you'll see will have a delay, and that's a fair play protocol. It's really important. The reason why we don't have a delay is because these players are all pretty trustworthy of each other, and they're trying to stream it. So delay makes it harder for commentators to talk to the viewers and makes the experience maybe a little bit worse for viewing. So this tournament is definitely very much content in mind oriented. So yeah,
So
this
if
is
you are going to cheat, this is the tournament to do it.
when everyone's least suspecting.
That's right. Nobody here would cheat. Haha.
Yeah, well, Nemo's been playing my moves. Like I think the last like 3 moves, but it's ending up not being good for her. So, uh, yeah, the advantage for white if Jennifer plays a top move, Bishop E3, ends up being it's reading plus 1.38. Uh, looks like we have a camera adjustment here. I don't know. Looks like the camera's zooming in a little bit in certain areas, but anyways.
Go camera.
And we see Dina walking around in the background. I think she just ended a draw with Anna. There's Anna as well.
Yep, they did draw. It was 77 moves.
I guess that's the longest game so far out of 2.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
I wonder what the shortest game is going to be, actually. Maybe it could be Nemo. She's a fast player. Nemo versus Andrea, maybe. Yeah,
You mean quickest in number of moves or how much time the game takes?
that's a good question. I think originally I was thinking number of moves. Oh, bishop to b2, a curveball. No one
Didn't
was.
see that one.
All right. Yeah, Jennifer, she plays her move and she gets up and walks away. So some confidence.
Yeah, so she decided she doesn't care if she's a pawn up. She just wants to have the 2 bishops. So black could give away one of the bishops and take on c5. Black could give up either bishop and take on c5. So she just decided she thinks this position has enough advantage without being a pawn up, just having the 2 bishops. And boy, Jennifer's really sneezing now. That's nothing to sneeze at. And then having the isolated pawn. This is also better for white, but I think white's given away some of her advantage.
Yeah, and this is the like solid development move we were talking about even before Jennifer played b4. I mean, where else would you want the bishop other than the long diagonal on the board? Immediate pressure on the knight on f6, which is helping defend and support this isolated queen pawn that Nemo has, which now that the rooks are connected, something like rook d1 makes a lot of sense as well. So yeah, you put it well. Jennifer doesn't care about the pawn advantage. She cares about her bishops. She cares about that activity, that development, and says, go ahead, take the pawn back. I'm still going to be better off, and I'm going to have the activity going after your D pawn.
Yeah, she sets a little trap too. If black takes on c5 right away, that would be a big mistake because we take the bishop and then play bishop a3 and skewer the rooks.
Yeah, that's a good tactic to point out. We don't want to get our rooks skewered. So definitely not expecting bishop takes c5. So yeah, can't even win the pawn. I mean, the only other move that could win the pawn back immediately is taking on b3, right? Is that a move that you would consider?
I don't like that either because it really weakens our d5 pawn and gives away the two bishops right away. Couple of moves black can play. Oh, I just had a big raid from Anna.
Yeah, shout out to Anna Cramling, who just had a draw against Dina. Shout out to Pia, who was commentating that game. That was an absolute roller coaster. Ben and I saw the piece blunder from Dina. So Anna was doing very well up a piece, which was super exciting. I thought it was over then and there, but Dina crawled back. She fought hard to get that back to an even position. So that's a game in the books for round one. Very exciting. Considering Dina, I think, was kind of a big favorite in that matchup. So really could have gone either way and ended peacefully.
Yeah, like to me, nobody's a big favorite anywhere because there's always so many upsets and lower rated players always trying to beat the higher rated player. So to me, like all the results can happen in these games, and I won't be too surprised at anything. Although here, Jennifer is the favorite and looks like she's doing pretty well so far.
Thank you, Alex, for the sub. For those of you joining us, this is Nemo versus Jennifer Yu. Let's start from the beginning, actually, and show you guys how this game went. So Jennifer with the white pieces goes d4. We have Queen's Indian defense. Bishop a6, Ben said, is what the young players play these days, right?
That's what everybody plays now, but most of the good players are young, yeah.
So it checks out. And eventually bring the bishop back to b7. We have the bishops on opposite, on the same diagonal, I guess. And eventually we have a trade in the center. And after knight c6, Jennifer trades, leaving the bishop on c6 opposite the queen and the bishop, which both of these pawns are pinned, allowing Jennifer to play b4, attacking this pawn. So this was a key moment in the game. Do you defend the pawn with queen b6? This is what we were expecting. Instead, seeing rook c8, Nemo gambiting the pawn or sacrificing the pawn, I guess, to try and get some activity to attack the pawn. Bishop to b5 discovery. Jennifer has knight b3, which she played to defend the pawn. And after bishop c4, we were expecting bishop e3, just holding on to that pawn advantage. And instead, Jennifer throws us a curveball, decides to give up the material back just to develop her bishop to the long diagonal. So right now, you're all cut up. This is the live position. We're waiting for Nemo. Ben was showing us this bishop takes c5 line that doesn't work because knight takes, rook takes, there's bishop a3 skewer on the two rooks. And right. I think I was just about to mention bishop takes b3, and you were saying that that was not a move that you would play.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to play that. That seems like you're really weakening your d5 pawn, giving up the two bishops too quickly. A couple of moves that black could be considering here are knight d7, trying to take with the knight, or just rook e8, so that the rook's not on f8 and doesn't allow this bishop a3 skewer later.
Yeah, and that's the computer's top choice, is rook to e8. That also puts a little bit of extra pressure on the e2 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Also, shout out to Bree with the Twitch Prime. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Board should be bigger. Yeah, it's tough when both the players are sitting at the board, because then it seems like something is like cutting off someone's. So, I mean, Nemo's really leaning forward. They also have moved the camera a few times.
Yeah,
So
that's true.
it seems the board is constantly having to be adjusted. But yeah, while Jennifer's not at the board, we can make it bigger. So yeah, it looks like Nemo's actually slowing down a little bit here, using her time.
Yeah, that's good. These are critical positions. So gotta win our pawn back just the right way.
When do you think the camera will be moved again? I'm not sure. I think they might have been moving it a little bit after Dina and Anna finished, because their boards are right next to each other. So it turns out when you have a lot of streamers playing at these boards, there's a lot of cameras involved. So I don't think you could be anywhere in that house without being filmed somehow. So it's kind of like being at TwitchCon. If you're ever at TwitchCon, everyone has a camera and is live streaming. So it honestly kind of feels similar in a sense. Like chess.com always sends a booth to TwitchCon. Lots of chess streamers are going there. So yeah, I don't know if there's been a more chess streamer condensed place than this house that they're in right now. And okay, a5 played. I feel like in an ideal world you could play a4 and kick the knight.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe white just plays a4.
Yeah, I think white doesn't want to play a4 if white doesn't have to. Which isn't to say that she, it could be that she does have to. Because I'm sort of worried about the b file with all of white's pieces there. So a5 is a very interesting move. The engine just gives totally crazy lines, which even white sacrificing the knight on b3, which seem like it's anywhere near likely to happen. But yeah, a5, a4 is definitely in keeping with Nemo's style to get counterplay for her sacrificed pawn. And it doesn't give anything away. It just keeps the position, but makes white have to worry about a4 herself. And after a4, then again, black could play one of the moves we discussed, knight d7 or rook e8, or put the rook on b8, attacking the knight on b3. Also possible. So we may see a4, or Jennifer might go for something more concrete like bishop h3, attacking the rook on c8, which the engine likes, but I'm not sure that's a very human move. I mean, the idea is if the rook goes to c7, we could play knight takes a5, because the rook would be blocking the queen. And rook c6 doesn't look right. It looks sort of strange.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we'll see a4. I think rook to the d file makes a lot of sense, but again, what do you do after a4, right? So maybe Jennifer will play a4. Also, shout out to Jimster and Chicken. Chicken's a big Bughouse player that I've met also in Vegas. I believe his real name Daniel Yeager, if you know who that is, Ben, FIDE Master.
That sounds familiar.
I'm sure Ben knows everyone.
Even if I don't know them, I know of them.
Do you know, well, are you a big Bughouse fan?
I am not.
Ah.
Yeah, I don't know the big bug house players.
Okay, that's fair. Dina and Anna drew their game, so I recommend checking it out for sure. It was a roller coaster one, wild finish. Thank you, Gemster. Appreciate that. All right, so yeah, Jennifer's back, and as you can see, the board is kind of in the way a little bit, but yeah, I'll try my best. But I wonder.
It's not easy when they're both leaning forward.
They have to be pretty close in age, right? I don't know who's older. Does anyone in
I don't know
chat-
how old. I don't know how old either one is.
Early 20s, for sure.
That's my guess. Yeah.
I would guess Nemo may be a little bit older, but not by much. Nemo is between 8 and 55.
Yeah, I would have guessed that also.
Yeah, maybe I think Jennifer's probably in that range.
I'm also between 8 and 55.
I think I think a lot of us fit in that category.
Yeah, that's right. That's a lot of people.
Okay, Lurchness said you is February 2002. And Master Chess Dojo saying that Nemo is 24. I'm guessing so 2 year different. Okay, so Nemo's 2 years older than Jin. Yeah, that checks out. I know Jennifer, I guess, is finishing college. Or, okay, Beyond Mike saying, didn't she just graduate? I mean, yeah, 22 is the age when most people graduate, I guess. So,
Yeah, she's been at Harvard for a long time, so probably she graduated. But yeah, maybe that's why she's starting to play more chess now.
it's possible she might have taken a gap year, maybe, between high school and college. I'm not sure. Also, like, COVID messes everything up, too.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't think Jennifer's the youngest player here. I think it might be Jules Gambit or Andrea. I think they're probably both younger than Jennifer. I don't know. I'm not gonna guess who's the oldest. Yeah, Gilby, I'm commentating for Nemo for the entire tournament, which is very exciting. And I'm joined by the legendary commentator, Ben. Wait, someone's...
That's me.
Christamir, I don't know if your math checks out. Saying she's 25, born year 2000.
Yeah, I don't know about that math. That's pretty bad. must have went to public school. Yeah.
Hey, I also went to a public school. Wait, Ben, where'd you go to school?
I went to Clown College and then Barber College.
Wow.
I went to school in Detroit, and then I went to 3 different universities in Michigan: Wayne State University, Eastern Michigan, and University of Michigan.
Wow. Well, I mean, it would have made sense if you went to Barber College because you have such great hair.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah. A shout out to Detroit. I've never been to Detroit, but I've been to Michigan, I think, once. But yeah, I'm assuming you were playing. Did your schools have chess clubs that you played at?
No, not really.
Ah.
No.
That's rough.
Yeah.
I know.
I mean, they had some chess in Eastern Michigan. We would go to some tournaments there, but there wasn't a huge chess scene like at some other schools.
Like Harvard.
Exactly.
I know Jennifer plays at the Harvard Chess Club. She told me she actually designed merch. So, you know, for those of us that go to Harvard, check out the Harvard Chess Club merch designed by Jennifer Yu. Jennifer was telling me she's actually really interested in, like, you know, content creation, like really starting streaming again and kind of making her own brand. So I would say out of the players at this tournament, oh, there's Gerber walking by. Shout out to Gerber, one of the most famous chess Twitch moderators. And
Yeah.
a good friend. Yeah, do you know Gerber Baby 3?
I only know Gerber from the Bridge Convention.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Is it the same Gerber?
No,
Ah,
that's a different Gerber.
okay.
Why not MIT? Yeah, my stepson goes to MIT, so I'll have him buy some of Jennifer's merch and then burn it.
Oh no.
Rawr.
I feel like don't students at Harvard sometimes take MIT classes?
Yeah, I think they're not as against each other as you would believe. Yeah,
Well,
they're like that, son. They're sort of Harvard and MIT are sort of like me and Akaru. It's the same kind of relationship.
basically the same thing.
Yeah. Hopefully that explains it well to the chat.
Yeah. MIT has a chess club as well.
Yeah, but our Karen's older son doesn't really play chess. If your younger son goes to MIT, he'll probably go to the club.
Thank you, Jerome and Gilby, for appreciating Gerbs.
I think if Karen's younger son also goes to MIT, we'll be on the streets paying for their tuition. So, man, MIT ain't cheap.
I got into MIT, but it stands for Mom, I Tried.
That's right.
Trying to learn saying that Boston College is like Levy.
Yeah, I mean, I got into SMIT, which is the Southern Mississippi Institute of Trash, but I decided not to go. Too difficult.
You got into a lot of schools.
That's right.
That makes sense. CCO shot. So Jennifer, she's played Rook FD1, which is one of the better moves, but I was wondering, like, well, I mean, everyone has to be wondering, what happens after A4, right? The knight has to move?
I mean, it has to move, except that the engine says that white should play E4. And that was one of the engine lines that I thought would not happen. And the idea is white gets this huge amount of pawns in the center. If black takes the piece on B3, we can just it doesn't make any sense. Like the engine line, basically impossible to find. So
Well, let's
it's
see.
not even liking it as much as it did. So yeah, I would expect knight D4.
Maybe
I think that's fantasy land that she'll sacrifice her knight.
So A4, knight
Yeah, and the
D4.
idea after knight D4 that Jennifer's saying, you could win my C5 pawn, but I'm going to win your A4 pawn, and I'll still be up a pawn. So I think that's what Jennifer's going for.
That's exactly what we see. Well, I've heard that Danya's called the prophet, but Ben Feingold masterfully showed us why Jennifer Yu is not an engine.
No, knight D4 is probably the better move.
Better than stock.
Yeah, I think it's better than playing E4. And also, I think white's going to have a pretty stable advantage with winning a pawn and having the knight on D4. And as you know, Joe, when the knight's on D4, it's happy because knights like stable squares.
Yeah, right in front of that isolated queen pawn.
Yeah.
So there's
Because, you know, knights are like horses, so they like stables.
Very true. They like to hop, so instead of leaving the knight on B3, you gotta let the knight be free.
You got to be free.
Yeah.
That's what Ginger GM told me.
So that's why she moved it from B3. Well, shout out to PhotoChess, who's in the chat. I think PhotoChess would have really enjoyed being at this tournament. It's a beautiful location for photography. It's super scenic. The players all look fantastic. You know, every day it's like a new. They had their dresses on yesterday for the photo shoots. I'm sure a lot of you have seen some of those photos already on social media. If not, go check it out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Maria's up to these days. She's probably photographing another tournament.
She would do that.
That sounds like something she would do. Your brother Alex is there? Alex Lebo. Yeah, I was helping Alex film a little bit. For those of you that don't know, Alex is actually co-worker of ours at chess.com, who's in charge of content. So lots of content being filmed here. And yeah, Nemo, she does grab on c5. And I guess queen takes a4 now. So
Yep, for sure.
Jennifer's going to be still up a pawn. And
Yeah, but Nemo has nice pieces. She's going to play rook e8 and control the e file. Bishops are well placed. Past a pawn on a2 isn't dangerous yet. So pretty good compensation for Nemo.
yeah, strong bishops in the center. I think it's interesting. Jennifer has the bishop pair, you know, but fianchetto on the long diagonals. Nemo has a bishop pair, but stacked on top of each other. c4, c5, and you know, bishops on the long diagonals are good because they control a lot of squares, but bishops on adjacent diagonals as well control a lot of ground and pointing straight at Nemo's king as well. Also, like pinning the f pawn, we could see a knight perhaps hopping into maybe g4 at some point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, white has to be careful whenever you play rook fd1. You got to watch out for your king there. Yeah, photo chess, I think I talked to the organizers and they accidentally sent your invite to Hans Niemann. So that's why you didn't get invited. But maybe next time.
That's rough.
It was just an accident. They had they misplaced, they switched the emails or the snail mails. Terrible.
Yeah, maybe Maria will get the invite after the event, unfortunately. But I didn't see Hans there. I don't know if I guess Hans must have declined.
That's likely. Yeah.
I did see Papa Botez right there.
Yeah,
in
I
the
see
orange.
Papa Botez. I haven't seen him in a few weeks.
Yeah,
He was at the poker game in the stands.
yeah. I heard after Alex was playing with you guys, she ended up playing with Papa Botez. So I don't know if you had a chance to play any poker with him.
I did not. No.
Yeah, I've met Papa a few times. But yeah, fun fact for those of you that don't know, I'm sure a lot of people just assume, oh, he's just the dad of Alex and Andrea. He's just visiting. He actually is playing a very important role. He's the chief arbiter of this tournament. He is a tournament director. He's trained. He's actually been an arbiter at some tournaments that I've been at. So he is helping out, and he's a player that he's an arbiter that a lot of players have worked with before and have met and know and trust. So I think it's really cool that the Botezes can throw on their own tournament and have it run by their own dad. So that's not something a lot of people can say. Also, you know, Anna Cramling's mom is like commentating for her. So it's a whole family ordeal, the chess community. So it's fun stuff to see.
It's not a women's tournament, as somebody in the chat mentioned. It just happens to be that they're all women. So Hans would definitely want to play in such an event.
Okay.
I know I would. And I would dress to the nines. I mean, it would be great.
Yeah, so
I think Papa Boat says one of the rules before the tournament that they announced is if his daughters are involved in any kind of instigation or something they have to look into, that he's going to rule in favor of them automatically. But the players all know that, so it's okay.
Oh, apparently.
Yeah, somebody said Hikaru and Levy were also invited. I mean, Hikaru can't be that far. He was at a Dodgers game yesterday.
Really? I didn't know that.
Okay, so Nemo made a move the engine doesn't like because it wins her pawn back immediately. So she gave up her activity and two bishops for getting the pawn back, but the engine doesn't like it. It says white has a stable advantage now with two bishops, dark squares, and the passed a pawn. But she took on d4 with the intention of taking on e2 next move.
Yeah, so why give up the bishop pair? Well, this knight on d4 was defending this pawn on e2. But what Ben is saying is computer really likes white's position because of the activity, and preferred something like rook e8 and just put solid pressure on the e-pawn, and just keep developing pieces. Instead, going for it immediately,
It's always tough to decide when to do that, when to cash in and get your material, or to keep the pressure on, and you're just sort of guessing. Sometimes they're both good, sometimes they're both bad, but in this instance, the engine just wanted to keep the pressure on and not win the pawn back right away, since white's never going to give up her two bishops, and the more pieces that are off the board, the more likely it is white's a pawn can become a strong pawn. With there's a lot of pieces on the board, pass pawn in the second rank isn't very valuable. But I guess if worse comes to worse, Nemo thinks if she can trade her knight on f6 for the bishop on g2, either by sacrificing her d pawn or playing knight e4 later, she'll get in some bishop opposite color position where she has good chances. So it's not all lost. It's just the engine likes white a lot. But black still has play. Black isn't down material anymore. So still an interesting position.
Yeah, I'm also wondering if after bishop takes on d4, takes on e2, I guess, I mean, white could try to win the d pawn back as well, like taking on f6, right? Or I guess after bishop takes e2, the rook is hit by the bishop, so white needs to. Although, you know, you could argue bishop takes f6 comes with its stronger tempo. No, wait, bishop takes rook also hits the queen. Wow, all right.
Yeah, but you could also play queen takes f6, and you can't play rook takes d5 because your rook on a1 is hanging. But yeah, you're right. You could take on d1 and attack the other queen. Then I'm confused.
Okay.
Then I give up.
Wait, so maybe this is some deep line, and we're gonna have to see some calculation.
Yeah, I think it's actually it's good for black though.
So it takes on d4, takes on.
I mean, if you're taking on f6, I mean, I think taking on f6 is just wrong.
Takes on f6. So yeah, we're looking at. There's a couple lines here. You could take on d1.
Yeah, taking on d1 just wins material, I think.
Yeah, so that's. I guess that's not gonna work out.
Yeah, this is white playing for a draw. Yeah.
So yeah, not gonna see f6. All right. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to give up the bishop either so quickly. But the other line we were looking at, if queen takes f6 right away, there's no rook takes d5 because the queen attacks the rook on a1. But
the chat is jealous because I do commentary for Dina and Nemo, and they think I'm coaching them, and that I only coach the hotties. Jealous chat, terrible.
Yeah, we know you coach everyone, right?
Yeah, if you talk to my students or you saw them, you'd realize I don't coach the hotties. Yeah, the truth hurts.
Wait, so you only coach the people that pay you?
That's also true.
Okay. So
it doesn't mean that people don't try. I get a lot of messages on chess.com like, can you be my coach? And they want free coaching.
True.
And I'm like, I could be your coach if you pay. And they're like, I'm not going to go that far. That's crazy.
That's too much.
Yeah. I did notice this, some of the chat pointed out when I noticed that Jennifer sneezed a couple times that it seems like everybody's sneezing or something's going on there. So
she's allergic.
They all have a good excuse. They're all sick if they lose.
True. Yeah, I don't know. Do you think I don't know if Nemo has a coach. I'm not sure.
She probably has a poker coach, but maybe not a chess coach. Seems like she plays more poker now.
I think poker.
You know what, people like, they were making fun of me at the poker game not realizing that I've played more poker than all of them together, because I've been playing poker since my 20s, and like I did just play poker for a while when I wasn't playing chess, and I have a lot of poker experience, although I don't study the latest computer stuff like Karen does. But I've played tons and tons of poker at different, mainly cash games. I don't really play in tournaments that often, so that was not my specialty when I went to Los Angeles. They were playing tournament knockout style, so I got knocked out, and deservedly so.
The truth hurts.
Yeah, tournaments aren't my thing because I get knocked out too easily. I have to listen to that song and see what the guy does to get back up again. Nemo's cat was sneezing. That's good chat.
Yeah, Nemo's cat, commonly referred to as Catsko. I learned their name's actually Gambit. So, Ben, are you a cat or a dog guy?
I like both. In our house, we have 2 dogs, but growing up, I had a dog, and we at various times had cats. So I'm one of the few people who likes both.
No one calls him Gambit by his name.
Someday I'm going to learn how to say and pronounce Nemo's names. Someday. But I can pronounce Nemo. So
Yeah, you're doing a great job.
thank you.
Yeah. Sometimes it's Nemsko.
Yeah, I can pronounce that too.
I don't know how that works. But Nemo's very simple. I don't know if anyone's found her yet. Maybe it's a work in progress.
But Jennifer's thinking a long time about which way to recapture. The engine clearly prefers with the bishop, because taking with the rook's really not good on d4 because it's blocking the bishop on b2.
Anna drew against Dina.
Mm-hmm.
It was a back and forth game.
And Alex lost to, was it Julia?
Andrea lost to Jules.
Andrea, what did I say?
Alex.
Yeah, I was close.
Yeah, Alex is playing Linda right now.
Yeah, Andrea lost, not Alex. Alex is playing, as you said.
I guess.
Okay, so I'm not saying the clock times are right, but the clock times on chess.com say that Alex is an hour ahead on the clock.
Oh yeah.
And it's like move 12. So.
Yeah, definitely.
It looks like Linda just blundered too.
I think that happens
Linda
when
just
you're
blundered
down on
a
time.
pawn. Yeah, so this looking really good for Alex.
Interestingly, during the drawing of colors, Linda actually preferred the black pieces, but it seems not to be working out.
Yeah, that is unusual.
I think Linda is probably the least recognized chess player, although you apparently have known her.
I mean, I knew she played chess years ago. I haven't seen her lately. So she's probably really out of practice.
Yeah, someone asking Jules' rating, her FIDE is about 1800. I think Jules technically the lowest rated in terms of FIDE, but as we just saw, she took down Andrea. So definitely very underrated, I think. And she's had probably the most recent rating climb compared to the other players, because Jules played as a child, quit, and then got into it again only just recently, and has been going around playing in a ton of tournaments. She was just in Europe, where she was hanging out with the Botezes, I believe, like off the coast of Spain at one of their recent tournaments. And yeah, that's why she's part of this amazing lineup. So but yeah, Jennifer time spending right now, I mean, only 2 ways to capture back. She must be calculating pretty deep into. I mean, we were looking at some of these bishop captures afterwards, right, on e2 or f6. So probably Jennifer's just looking a little bit deeper than the immediate recapture on d4.
No, for sure. She's looking at both captures and what's going to happen afterwards and which one that she prefers.
But this is, I think, good news for Nemo, who enjoys a time advantage. She's a faster player, so, and that's also kind of how you want to get an advantage against your opponents, is putting them into time pressure, especially before move 40. So this is only move 20. They're halfway to the extra bonus time. But that being said, computer does like Jennifer's position. Oh, but she takes with the rook here, so that is a curious move.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising. In fact, the engine doesn't necessarily care if black takes on e2 or just plays rook e8 with compensation, but I don't think Nemo played bishop takes d4 to not take on e2. So I expect her to take on e2, and we'll see if white either pushes her a pawn or tries to win the pawn on d5, or just doesn't care about either and just wants to use her 2 bishops and dark squares. 3 different ways for white to try to play this. If I was white, I'd be pushing my a pawn. Make that dangerous, since the d5 pawn isn't something I'm worried about right now as far as promotion's concerned, because the d4 square is so well blockaded. And she played rook to d2.
And I'm guessing the bishop wants to come back to c4.
Bishop c4 is the most likely move, and she could also play rook e8 just to get her rook to the open file. They're both good.
Yeah, so this is great news for Nemo. A long time thing from Jennifer. She goes with the less optimal move, taking with a rook. And so Nemo, still has an hour on the clock. And no, she's not going for a flag in classical. But when you're low on time in classical, the risk isn't flagging. The risk is making a blunder. And that's really where you could take advantage.
Right.
And that's kind of what was seen in Anna versus Dina. Dina got in time pressure and blundered a piece, but unable to close it out against Anna. Meanwhile, Botez is playing against Linda, who's in severe time pressure, and so now she's in high risk of making her own blunders.
Yeah, Linda's in a lot of trouble, and as you said, is in time trouble also. Time trouble's not best to avoid it if you can.
So I know earlier I asked if you had a preference, like who you would want to play in a round robin, and you said it doesn't matter. And you play all the players at the end of the day, right? But sometimes I think players do put some sort of weight on the matchups, because if you're like Alex and you get a win, quickly against someone like Linda, that could help build your confidence. Whereas maybe if you're like Nemo and you lose to Jennifer, maybe that could be a rough start. But I think probably any of these players losing to Jennifer probably is not the end of the world. I think Jennifer's going to be the favorite in any matchup. But it is nice sometimes to start off with a win. Like I know for Andrea, losing to Jules, probably a rough start to a tournament. But it's a long tournament. They're going to be playing all week, 1 round per day, except Sunday. But yeah, definitely not the start that Andrea was hoping for. That's exactly the start that Jules was hoping for. That's a great way to start a tournament.
Right. Yeah, the first time I met Papa Botez and Jennifer Yu were at the World Youth Championships. And Jennifer Yu was like the World Under 12 or World Under 14 champion. And Papa Botez was there, I think, with the girls, and he might have also been an arbiter. I met him in Al Ain, which is in the UAE. It's like 50 miles from Dubai, and that was a long time ago. And since I've seen both of them regularly, but yeah, a lot of these players in this tournament played in the World Youth or Women's Championships or Junior Championships, and I've seen a lot of them at the World Open, so I'm pretty familiar with all the players. And yeah, Jennifer has had a lot of success the last 3 or 4 years, and obviously she's been taking a break from tons of competitive chess due to going to Harvard. But yeah, all the players here are pretty experienced because they played a lot as junior players, and I guess just Jules is getting back into it, and it seems like she plays online all the time, so she's also has a lot of chess experience lately.
Yeah, and I mean, these players are also really big into content creation too. So besides playing, practicing chess, getting better at chess, they're also growing their channels, their brands, social media influence, streaming constantly. Like, it's hard to stream and play chess at the same time. I know a lot of players experience like their ratings go down, but it's also hard to stream OTB chess, right? Because there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes, right? Like, so now that the cameras are running, they're sitting down and playing the game, but this is definitely still in the back of their mind. It also adds an extra element of pressure. So, sometimes it's easy to watch two players play and think like, oh, like they missed a move, or how could they have, made this decision? Like, I mean, bishop takes d4 or rook d4 or whatever. Well, these players are under a lot of stress, and these players also traveled pretty far to get here. I think both Jennifer and Nemo from the East Coast, which isn't so bad compared to how far, I guess, Anna Cramling had to travel, which I don't know the time difference for her, but it's definitely a lot more than 3 hours.
Yeah, quite a bit further. Yeah, and yeah, a lot of people in the chat don't realize the huge undertaking that it is to set up the streams and set up the equipment. And the players, a lot of them are doing last minute things for their streams and equipment that you just, a person who's not streaming wouldn't do before the game. They can relax, they can prepare.
Exactly.
And they're preparing not only for their game, but for the stream itself.
Yeah, so a lot of prep work goes into these classical games. And what's cool is all these players have a lot to work with, I think, in looking up prep or openings. And they've played a lot against each other. Actually, I think someone said that Nemo and Jen had a blitz match that ended 5.5, 4.5, I think, in Jen's favor, which is just a draw away from as close as it gets. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this one keeps going. Someone mentioned that they could have been chess boxing opponents. I know they were both signed up for chess boxing, but I guess it fell through. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know who the favorite would be in that matchup. I guess I don't know how much Jennifer's been training. Like, I know Nemo's much more in the spotlight, and like people have seen that she's been training, I guess, a little bit in boxing. But I don't know. Jen could definitely be an underdog. I feel like they would both beat me for sure.
Yeah, as long as I don't have to chess box, I'll do commentary.
You watched the chess boxing that Ludwig did?
I did see some of the chess boxing.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of the boxing. It seems like when people are getting hit in the head isn't good.
Yeah, it's definitely a risk. But it's definitely exciting. It's a different kind of thing. And I know people have made other sort of chess combinations with other sports. There was actually a college that did chess wrestling, so I guess a little bit less damaging. Christopher saying Nemo is set to fight against Anna Maya, which I guess that makes sense as well. And yeah, there is a lot of people that could have been invited to this event, and a lot of them were playing in other events or commentating. So yeah, I hope that this event goes really well and they're able to fund more events like this in the future. I could definitely see them kind of expanding this, bringing in more players. I don't know, but definitely something that I think is exciting to see happen. And shout out to the Botezes definitely for organizing it, and making it a reality, because it's a lot of work to, like, we were mentioning a lot of work to stream it for these players to show up and travel, but I mean, it's even more work for the Botez sisters to just plan something like this. It's a lot to undertake.
Yeah, and it looks really nice there. Nice playing venue.
Yeah, it's definitely a step above the usual playing hall, I think, compared to most venues.
Jennifer taking a lot of time again after bishop c4.
Yeah, you mentioned pushing the a pawn because that's the outside pass pawn that white has. And typically when you push your pawn, you like it to be supported by the rook on a1.
Right.
So the rook's already there. But to me, like with the white pieces, something natural. White's already lifted one of the rooks. I feel like the second rook should swing over somewhere, or take the e file, or maybe line up against the pawn on d5. But that kind of goes against your idea of pushing that a pawn.
Yeah, and also you have to watch out because black could meet a queen rook move with rook a8, and your a2 pawn is probably going to fall.
Yeah. So if you're not
probably
moving,
that's a draw, but
and if rook a8 is going to hit the queen, and if your plan is to move the a pawn and your queen's on a4, kind of blocking the a pawn in a sense, maybe the queen should drop back somewhere.
Yeah, I like queen d1. It puts pressure on d5 and it allows white to play a4, a5, and that's a reason why Jennifer played rook d2 to let the d1 square available for her queen or her rook.
But she is taking a lot of time, like you said. So what was a 15-minute advantage is now over 20-minute advantage. And this is move 22. So Jennifer's only going to get 30 minutes back once she reaches move 40, which they're barely over halfway. And she has played, this was the top recommended move by the engine, the move that Ben called queen to d1. So this is doubling on the d file as well as clearing the path for the a pawn. This is definitely the most challenging move here. So Jennifer spent her time and she was able to find this top choice. And now Nemo has to figure out what she wants to do. So obviously lots of pressure on this d pawn. What would you do here, Ben?
Yeah, it looks very difficult for Nemo to save her d pawn. And probably black has really good drawing chances just by sacrificing the pawn, trying to activate her pieces. So I don't really think she has a move that makes sense that would save her d pawn in case of like bishop takes f6 and bishop takes d5. So maybe just something like rook e8, activating her rook on the e line, and hoping that the a pawn doesn't become dangerous because it hasn't moved yet.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Rook e8's been one of the top recommended moves for a while now, actually, just bringing the rook to an open file. And yeah, it's kind of awkward, right? You're in this constant pressure of not knowing when Jennifer will take on f6, right? Your queen kind of always has to stay around, and it feels like you want to develop the queen to connect the rooks, but if you move the queen, then maybe Jennifer takes on f6 then, and you have to move the queen a second time. So
Right.
that's probably why rook e8 is the most solid move. It's kind of a waiting move. Another idea the computer is suggesting is rook to c6, which I guess adds another defender to the knight.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if she played there because that puts the rook on the same color, same diagonal as the bishop on g2. Rook e8's very natural because the rook is so much better on e8 than f8, as far as activity is concerned. I'm going to take a little break because I have to use the little boys' room and get a drink. So
Yeah, do your thing.
I'll probably be gone for 2 or 3 minutes. And if anything exciting happens, you'll be the one in charge of explaining it.
That's a tough task, but I'll try my best.
Yeah. Okay, see you in a minute, guys.
Take care. All right, chat. She's played the best move as soon as Ben leaves. So Nemo wanted to maximize Ben's suspense. So he'll be proud of her when he gets back. But yeah, in the meantime, Jennifer has to decide if she wants to take on f6 now and try to win back this d pawn immediately. Because right now it's pressured by 3 of white's pieces, defended by 3 of black's pieces, but after bishop takes f6, you're directly removing the knight by capturing it, but you're also indirectly removing the queen, which is also defending it. But instead, Jennifer brings the rook very quickly, actually. Maybe the players felt pressure when the great Grandmaster Benjamin Feingold is watching. Now that he's left, they can feel a little bit more at ease to make their moves. But yeah, we were mentioning how this rook move is kind of opposite of what Ben was wanting. So push and support this a-pawn push. This rook move looks like it's just completely hanging the pawn, but you can't forget about this rook on d2 is indirectly defending it, because bishop takes with its tip on the queen would remove this blocker of the rook's defense. So we can't go pawn grabbing here. Also, probably there's a lot of other reasons why you can't take this pawn. But yeah, this pawn now is not going to be as supported when the rook is left. But the rook on the c file is really active, so that checks out. Trying to learn saying always sack the exchange. Rook takes, probably not the exchange sack, because that can be defended, I guess. But maybe there's bishop takes. But okay. Anyways, yeah, if takes, there's no pin either. Shout out to the St. Louis Chess Club. Hi Ben, welcome back.
Okay, so rook e8 was played. Then rook c1.
Yeah, they played instantly as soon as you left. I think you're putting a lot of pressure on them by watching. And I just got rated by the St. Louis Chess Club, so shout out to them. For those
cool.
of you joining us, this is the Botez Chess Camp, which just started today. This is round 1. It's an 8-player invitational round robin hosted in Malibu by the Botez sisters. This isn't their house. This isn't where they live. They're just renting it. Although, I don't know, maybe they do own it. I'm not sure, actually. But yeah, I'm joined by Ben Feingold, which is great. Very much an honor. But yeah, I guess we can start from the beginning. If anyone missed how this game started, Jennifer Yu, I know no stranger to the St. Louis Chess Club. She's been there and done very well on many occasions. 2 times U.S. Women's Champ. She started the game with d4, and Nemo, a Canadian champ, playing knight f6 and bishop to a6, d5, eventually bringing the bishop back to b7, going for c5. We see some pawn trades in the center, and here we had an interesting move from Nemo, knight c6 as opposed to knight d7. Jennifer trades, and with the bishop on c6 now plays this top move b4, taking advantage of a couple pins on this bishop. So Rook c8 from Nemo. Gambits this pawn on c5. Nemo trying to go for the activity to get the pawn back. Jennifer, instead of defending the pawn, gives the pawn back. And here we see Nemo finally getting c5 back. And not what we were expecting. She trades on d4, giving up the bishop pair. And Jennifer also responds with a move we weren't expecting. Rook takes d4, allowing Nemo to grab the pawn on e2. And after queen d1, we saw rook e8, and rook c1's the last move that Jennifer played. And Nemo's up a bit of time, so that catches everyone up. Ben, I was just telling you how moving that rook in the corner kind of doesn't support the... Oh, did I lose Ben? I might have lost Ben. Well, somebody, yeah, I guess I bored Ben. Anyways, that's okay. We'll get Ben back later. It's like he's on another bathroom break. I know, I was describing the game from the start. Hi, Gerbs. Yeah, Struck Traveler. No worries. Ah, Ben's telling me that they lost power. So, I had a coworker just last week lose power randomly. And I also know a lot of people have had their flights canceled. And apparently it's not a coincidence. Apparently it's related. They say this Microsoft thing, like, I don't know. Do you guys know what's happening? I've been told there's glitches happening in the Matrix, perhaps. Yeah, Gerbs had 2 flights canceled. Gilby's flight got canceled last week. Your lights blinked yesterday. Well, Ender's Game, that's probably a haunting. That's probably not a logical explanation. I think your place is probably just haunted. That's definitely not true, Gerbs. You have to be also mic'd up. Kevin with the jokes out here. Shout out to Kevin, by the way. Everyone loves Kevin. Kevin saying Ben was only paid for 2 hours of commentary. So right at the 2-hour mark, Ben dipped. No, Ben will be back.
Hey, there you are.
Ah, hi Ben.
The power went out in my house.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It was off for like 10 seconds. It was just pitch black in here. It was funny.
That's crazy. Well, welcome back.
Yeah.
I guess you have to turn your camera on. There it is.
Yeah, I have to do stuff. Maybe I don't have to do stuff. I don't know.
We missed you, as you could expect.
Let's see.
Karen's back as well. Yeah, trying to learn. I actually got a laugh out of it. Someone was speculating if you left because you were only paid for 2 hours of commentary.
Yeah, I saw that. Okay, I think you can see my camera now, yeah?
Yes. You're
Okay.
back. You should be back on stream now too.
I don't see. Okay, there I am.
Yeah.
It was slow.
It's okay. I had to update it. Otherwise, you were just a big gray square with like my profile picture, which
No, that's actually me. I'm the big gray square.
Well, yeah, you actually, it's funny, that could have been your bathroom break if you had timed it a little bit better.
Yeah, that was my fault.
But this time you didn't miss any moves, I don't think. So,
Yeah, I'm refreshing. It looks like the same position. Yeah.
yeah, and this time it's still Nemo who's thinking, so she's giving some of the time back. It's now only a 12-minute advantage,
Hmm.
which I guess in classical is not really that much. But once they get closer to move 40, that time difference can become really significant. So it is still good to maintain an edge.
Yeah, Nemo's having a big think here. She probably knew the power went out, so she wanted to wait.
It was very nice of her. Although when you took your bathroom break, they played immediately, so
That's right.
Mixed
Yeah.
signals.
What's the best move here? I mean, probably knight e4 is the best move. Yeah. Oh, I'm catching a cold from the players.
Chess tournaments will do
Terrible.
that.
Yeah, terrible.
You should have been commentating in a mask.
Yeah. Knight e4 seems like a very logical move.
So yeah, 94 wasn't possible before rook e8.
Right.
So if 94 bishop takes, you have to take with the rook because your pawn is pinned. So although we're guessing that Jennifer's not gonna give up the bishop pair so easily, but 90
Probably.
Okay, and now I'm lagging. So we're having some power issues, it seems. Is everything good?
I can hear you, but yeah, it seemed like it was lagging.
That's
Probably not you, probably Twitch.
I mean, I see I had 59 dropped frames, which is more than
Yeah.
0.
That's right.
Okay, option maxer said it was his bad, so let's try not to max our options too much.
Yeah, exactly. I gotta bring this stream back up. It's probably Microsoft's fault.
Yeah, we'll just all blame Microsoft. CL is saying that we need to get you some coffee.
That would be good.
Can you do that, CL? What kind of coffee do you like? Or how do you like it?
I like it black, like my chess pieces. The problem with taking on A2 now, which Trying to Learn was asking, is we take on C8, take on. Well, I guess it doesn't matter if we take on C8, but we take the bishop on the knight on F6 and discover to attack your pawn. So you can't take the pawn because of the rook attacking the bishop at that point. So yeah, there's no bishop takes A2.
Yeah, we were looking at that line while you were away, I think. So it doesn't quite work tactically. So that's definitely not what Nemo's considering. Definitely not taking on A2. Yeah, Justin in chat saying if we can't blame Joe, it's Microsoft's fault, because in a lot of other Twitch channels, I kind of take the blame for everything that goes wrong. And I feel like now it would make the most sense to blame me for things going wrong, except for maybe your power. That might have been out of my control.
The question's been asked if we can go back a move. Instead of rook c1, what if Jennifer just decided to win a pawn right away with bishop takes f6, queen f6, and then take the pawn on d5? And what's funny is that actually loses to a very spectacular move. In this position, Black plays the move bishop e2, which is sort of amazing. And the queen on d1 is defending the rook on a1, and we can't go to a lot of squares, like can't go to f1, can't go to c1. Going to e1 looks crazy because you're on the line with the rook. And if you play queen b1, and then I play rook cd8. Just white's just all pinned and trapped, and white is actually in a lot of trouble here, which is funny. I mean, it makes sense that white's pieces are all tied up and bad. Bishop e2 is actually a really strong move, which probably still a draw by white just sacking the exchange and taking on e2. But that's why she didn't take on f6 right away, because then the queen defending the a1 rook after bishop e2, that makes it sort of dicey.
Yeah, I'm really curious if the players looked at I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they did. But that is a good question. Rook c1 played instead of bishop takes on f6. And yeah, I know also a lot of people were saying, well, you don't want to give up the bishop pair necessarily, but sometimes
you can probably win a pawn whenever you want. You have to just do it at the right time when black gets the least amount of counterplay.
This is probably Nemo's longest think of the game so far. Clocks are pretty much even now. It's a 5-minute difference, but Nemo still hasn't come up with a response here. 94, as we said, was top choice. Next best was rook c6, which is pretty awkward. As you said, putting the rook opposite the light square bishop.
Yeah, I don't see a human playing rook c6.
Next best, the computer is saying h5. And I had mentioned earlier, like a queen move would make sense. But then at that point, I think that's when we would see maybe bishop takes f6, but maybe just something to put moves on the board, like either queen d6 or queen b6 is something that comes to my mind.
Mm-hmm.
So what would you do here? Like, okay, obviously 94 is a top choice. Is there anything else?
But these other moves seem reasonable, like h5 or moving the queen. Problem with h5, if you're a human, is, when they take on f6, then h5 is hanging. So if you want to get luffed, it might make more sense to play h6.
Yeah.
Just from a human perspective.
Yeah, that definitely checks out. And h6 is a really common kind of like waiting move, right? If you feel like you don't really have any good moves. But that could also be like a reason why Nemo's thinking for so long, is sometimes you feel like, okay, white has both bishops, they have the rooks in the center. I'm really tied down to this knight, to this pawn on d5. There's really no way for me to kind of save this. So like you're at a loss for moves. You don't really know what to do, but you also can't do nothing. So Nemo's going to have to decide. I guess in the long run, she'll try to, like if she loses the d pawn, she's going to have to try to win this a pawn somehow. Mm-hmm. So she's probably trying to figure out like the best plan moving forward to not let that a pawn get running and get supported.
Yeah, but like from Nemo's perspective, the last like 5 moves or so, sort of like the way the game is trending. Seems like white's advantage isn't what it was a few moves ago.
Yeah, I see Big Screen Watcher in the chat asking if this is number 1 and number 2 seed. Jennifer's definitely number 1 seed. Number 2 seed, I guess technically, is Dina. But we saw Dina get a draw against Anna in a very back and forth game. So the seeding doesn't matter so much. Ben said no surprises here if you see any result on any of these.
Yeah, the higher rated players are losing so far to the low rated players.
Yeah. And Nemo is the 3rd seed. And you can see all the seeds at their events page, I think, if you look at their ratings. I guess !camp in the Nemo chat, or !Botez in my chat. Yeah, Math and Chess fans saying this is like chess. It is chess. Yeah,
there's a very long think from Nemo. It's the longest thing of the game.
Hi, Zach. So yeah, we were speculating if Nemo is gonna continue playing at a blitz-like pace, and she's proving us wrong that she knows how to play classical time controls too, unless she forgot it's her move. What's the longest time been that you've sat there without realizing that you forgot to hit the clock?
Oh yeah, I don't do that. I always hit the clock.
I've definitely lost a couple minutes. I can't lie.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's famous world championship game between Karpov and Kasparov where Kasparov, in time trouble, forgot to hit the clock
Oh no.
and got down to like 1 minute before he realized it.
But not Ben Feingold.
No, I don't do that.
That's a rookie mistake.
Exactly.
I mean, Ben's been around a long time.
Yeah, usually when somebody's thinking this long, you could never guess what they're going to do. Anything's possible. They're thinking about so much. Usually, the longer you think, you're not going to make a better move. You're just thinking too much about the same thing.
Yeah, the cost benefit, right?
Yeah, she's looking at the clock.
She's got both hands on her face. That was Vila walking in the background with the white hoodie. There's a guy with a camera, you know, filming behind the scenes footage. They actually have a drone on site that they were filming with yesterday. And there's going to be some really great drone shots. I saw them. They actually used the drone inside the house, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a pretty large, like, space. You see the pillars there. The ceiling's really elevated. So yeah, really beautiful venue. Lots of great shots. I can't wait to see the finished product. I know they're gonna have a lot of videos out.
Now Nemo's praying.
Yeah, it looks like she's closing her eyes there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jennifer coming back to the board. Making Jennifer wait. So Nemo is now officially down on the clock, I guess for the first time this game.
Yeah. They're on move 24.
All right, here we go. A move has been made. Queen b6. This was one of the two queen moves that I suggested. And now, is this the opportunity to take on f6?
Right, we can take on f6. And I think she will. I think the playing queen d1 and rook d2 means that you want to win the pawn on d5. And it seems like this is a good time to do it. We'll get into a queen and rook ending with an extra pawn. And, you know, it's like 50% white wins, 50% draw with the extra pawn.
Well, it's not just any extra pawn. It's the outside pass pawn, which is very valuable because it's farthest away from where the king is. And that makes it really hard. I mean, if you could imagine trading all the pieces off, that should be really good for Jennifer, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Nemo is going to not trade all the pieces off and try her best to equalize and get that pawn back. So, yeah, bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, and then bishop takes d5. What would you do as black, as Nemo, after bishop takes on d5?
Well, the white bishop on d5 is too strong, so I would definitely trade it off.
Yeah, so you take on d5, and then Does white trade on c8 first? Or takes on d5 with the rook?
I don't know if it makes a difference. Trading on c8 is more clear. Because black has to take back, and then we take on d5. And yeah, we'll get a new position.
Yeah. So we're getting close to an endgame where Jennifer really has that extra outside pass pawn. But you're saying it's still a draw.
I think it's like 50-50.
50% draw, 50% win.
Right, and like there's a 2% chance that Nemo wins, and there's a 2% margin of error. So
Okay.
yeah.
That's fair. All right, so chat, how do we like our chances? Do you guys trust Ben's? I mean, I trust Ben more than I trust myself. But also, Jennifer surprised us a few times, Ben. She hasn't played the top line in sort of key moments like this. Bishop takes f6 is definitely not the only continuation. In fact, the computer says it's not even the top choice. It's saying that the best move is actually bishop to d4, intermezzo. Only then to take on f6. So yeah, I don't know. Is this one of those computer things where it's all the same?
No, if you play bishop d4, then you're not planning on taking on f6. But I don't think she'll do that when she plays queen d1 and rook d2. I think that's why she played rook c1, was stop black from playing the bishop e2 trick and just be able to take on d5.
Oh yeah, maybe we could do a prediction in the chat. Or maybe we decide, is Jennifer gonna do bishop d4, or is she gonna take on f6 or something else? Don't forget, there's other pieces on the board that white
There
can
are?
have.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So after Nemo thinks for a long time, that, like we said, that was the longest thing of the game. Jennifer, she has a lot to think about as well. So Nemo's back up on time, and we'll see how long it takes for Jennifer to come to a decision here.
Checking in on Alex's game. She's still winning. Still has a lot more time.
Yeah, bouncing. That's a good increment. You play bishop d4, then take on f6 because you get an extra 30 seconds. She needs the extra time. Yeah, I think Nemo would be happy with the draw. I mean, I feel like any player with the black pieces against Jennifer Yu would probably be happy with that result.
Yeah, the way the game's been going with white, playing for the win the whole game and being slightly better, clearly better, black would be very happy with a draw.
People in chat trying to sacrifice the exchange, taking on c4, I feel like kind of unnecessary.
Yeah, they're not getting invited to this tournament.
Well, there's a lot of Levy fans that like to sacrifice rooks. I guess your point still stands.
Levy has a lot of fans. What?
Yeah. I think it has to do with sacking the rook.
Yeah, I always stack the exchange, but not in this position.
That it's a good bishop on c4, but I guess it's not going to be so good after you take on d5.
Right. So we're on move 25. Both players have 30 minutes left, and now Nemo has a little more time.
Hello, Luce. I'm not sure what you said in the chat. I don't know what language that even is. The bishops are bishoping. Jennifer's got the fiend-kettoed bishops, for sure. So Nemo, I mean, putting a little bit of pressure on the bishop on b2 with the queen on b6, but not really any threat or tactic to take. I guess she didn't play knight e4. I'm not sure like what Jennifer would have played against knight e4. Like, I'm assuming you don't want to give up the bishop, and I guess the knight or the rook would have had to have moved somewhere.
Right, probably Jennifer would have moved her rook, but still knight e4 was probably the better way to go.
So if Jennifer doesn't take on f6, maybe then Nemo can play knight e4, hitting the rook, also hitting the f2 pawn.
Yeah, definitely Black would love to play knight e4 at some point.
Yeah. So that's something else you have to think about. If you don't take the knight, well, you have to live with a knight on e4, or you have to give up your light square bishop for it. So if I had to choose one of the two bishops to keep, I would probably prefer to keep the light square bishop, because
Yeah, that's safer for the white king.
Yeah, it keeps your king safer, but I'm also thinking super long term, it also covers that promotion square on a8.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's beyond my pay grade, but I agree.
You know, I don't know. You said you have a stepson. Is that your only kid?
I have 2 children and 2 stepchildren.
Okay. So yeah, if Jennifer had to choose one of the 2 bishops, it's not like asking who's your favorite kid, because there's a clear answer here, right?
Yeah, I just like all of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a tough question.
Yeah.
So yeah, your kids are not like bishops on a board.
Yeah, your bishops are important.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Hi Nate, good to see you. All right, here we go. Move on the bishop d4 played. So you're saying that if she's not gonna take on f6, then she's just not gonna take on f6. But I think there might be a chance that she will take on f6 after.
Yeah, she could, just to get the increment, get the extra move in.
So
it seems like if Black is able to play knight e4, problems are behind her. So she should take on f6. So this might just be to gain a move on the time control, which is fine.
Yeah, because the queen kind of has to stay on the 6th rank, right? To keep an eye on the knight. You don't want to have to take back on f6 with the g pawn, right?
Yeah, preferably you wouldn't want to do that.
So that leaves us with e6, d6, c6, and a6.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess you could rule out maybe d6 and c6, because that's where your queen is lined up with the most.
Yeah, c6 seems weird. Yeah.
So probably expecting a6 or e6.
Yeah, I agree.
So we've got a 50% chance of choosing one of these 2 squares, maybe. I guess Nemo could also prove us wrong, surprising everyone.
Yeah, but if Jennifer's plan is to take on f6, we'll get the same position.
Yeah, it'll be a transposition with 1 extra move. So yeah, a6 looks like you're putting extra pressure on this a pawn, although maybe not wanting to get pinned with the rook on the a file. E6, you're doubling up with your rook. Maybe a little bit of coordination on e2. Maybe it doesn't matter if Jen just takes on f6 right away.
Jennifer should take on f6. Otherwise, I think after knight e4, black is perfectly fine.
Okay, so Nemo has played queen a6.
Mm-hmm.
And now, moment of truth. We'll see how quickly Jennifer takes on f6. And I guess we're hoping that she doesn't, because knight e4 is the move that we want to see for Nemo. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Jennifer doesn't take on f6, because you know, she could have taken on f6 earlier, other times, and there's a lot of value in having the bishop pair. So even though we were saying like we like the light square bishop better, we still like the dark square bishop because that's also an aggressive piece, pointing straight at Nemo's king. And that's also the bishop that's unopposed, because Nemo gave up her bishop pair. She gave up her dark square bishop. So Jennifer's dark square bishop doesn't really have an equivalent counterpiece. The knight. Maybe...
Yeah, and Jennifer could play something like rook b2 and have the d2 square for her queen, and try to play something like rook b6 and put pressure on f6. So she doesn't have to take on f6. That's true.
Yeah. So it just comes down to whether or not she likes her dark square bishop more than she likes Nemo's knight on e4. But lots of ways to play, for sure. So hello, White Noise. Good to see you. That's Got a Sting asks, why not queen d6? Well, queen d6, if you actually go back before the queen developed initially, that when the queen's on d8, you already are deciding between d6 and b6, right? So we're discussing these moves because we wanted to lift the queen, connect the rooks. That's your last piece to develop, but you also want to keep an eye over defending the knight on f6. And d6 is slightly awkward because you're opposite the rook and the queen on the d file. So she goes to b6, and that's where her queen gets hit again by the bishop. So she could have gone to d6 there, but you're still lined up opposite the rook. And you also chose not to go to d6 the move before. And probably she likes being on a6 better than d6 as well, because we mentioned there's also pressure on the a file. And she's lined up with the bishop as well on c4. So probably has more potential than on
It's
d6.
going to end up not mattering since she took on f6.
Ah. Okay, so Jennifer does to the bishop d4 intermezzo, then take on f6. Okay, so queen takes f6. So we have this transposition, and now this is where we're going to see most likely trading some pieces. So bishop takes on d5, and Nemo probably to take back. And this goes into that 50-50 with 2% error of margin in game.
Exactly. As you said, that's right. That's how we do math up in here.
Shout out to Jimster gifting to It's Ben and Karen.
Wait, what happened?
Jimster gifted a sub to my channel, to your account.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for giving us a sub.
Oh, and Nemo just sneezed.
That's nothing to sneeze at. That's a good thing. Yeah, she did it again just to show me.
Someone's saying they're feeling the pressure of losing, so maybe that induced the sneeze as well.
Hmm.
Lots of reasons to sneeze, maybe. So, yeah. We see the bishops traded off. Ted Bradley says this is what's known as the two-result game. So it's really only Jennifer playing for the win. Up the extra pawn. Now here, Jennifer has a choice. Take on c8 first, and then take on d5. She does take on c8. And this makes a lot of sense because you're trading more material off. So if you remember me saying earlier, if you have all the pieces off and it's just the pawns and the king, then that's really good for white, because that outside pawn is really a huge advantage. So trading off that one pair of rook, or one rook, there's even closer to that really advantageous endgame for Jennifer, and only now taking back on d5. And white has their queen and rook lined up on the d file. They're not threatening back rank mate because our queen also covers d8, but that really ties the queen down. And probably Nemo's going to make a flight square like h6. And even then, you don't really want to leave the queen guarding d8, because then you'll let Jennifer trade another rook off the board. So this will be definitely an endgame for Jennifer to push and for Nemo to hold. So we'll see if Nemo's able to do it.
Yeah, I think Jennifer wants to trade rooks and Nemo wants to trade queens. Because probably the rook and pawn ending is a draw, but even more likely, Nemo probably wants to keep all the pieces on the board. And that way, white always has to worry about her king safety. But yeah, I think black should get lift right now with h6 or g6. Then try to activate her pieces so that white doesn't get to the back rank. And we're on move 29 for black. Both players have lots of time.
Yeah, no one's really in time pressure. Even though Nemo is up on time by 7 minutes, it's really not that much compared to how much time they have left on the clocks. And they're only about 10 moves away from an extra 30 minutes. So, yeah, not the best end game for Nemo to get into. But this is still very holdable. It just matters on technique. So h6, top move, h6 or g6. Just make a flight square so you're not getting back rank mated. Ben, we had a question in the chat saying, like, most people tend to prefer bishops over knights, but they're wondering if there are any GMs that prefer knights over bishops generally. And, being a GM yourself, maybe you could weigh in on the matter.
Yeah, for the most part, no, but possibly Hikaru. Hikaru likes knights a lot, but yeah, most GMs like their bishops.
People are saying Anand.
I mean, maybe.
We were asking the players like what their favorite pieces are, and most people actually said the knight at this tournament. Do you have a favorite piece?
I guess the queen. It's good to be up a queen.
Yeah, queen makes sense. I feel like one player said the pawn. So when you ask like what's your favorite piece, I think it can mean a lot of different things. So if you ask what's your favorite piece and someone says the knight, I think if you ask that same player, like, what do you prefer, knights or bishops? Like, some of them would probably still say bishop.
Yeah.
So bishop, maybe not their favorite piece, but still preferred over a knight. Some people prefer the king. Some people prefer the one piece.
I prefer my opponent's pieces off the board.
H6
And she
play.
did make lift with H6. Yeah.
Top choice. So now she's not going to get back rank mated in the next few moves. One can presume. Hopefully. And there
She
goes.
quickly played A4.
There goes. He's a runner. He's a track star. Do you have names for the pawns, Ben?
Well, that's the A pawn.
That's true.
So that's my names for him.
Well, you know, some people, they call the H pawn Harry,
Hmm.
but I don't know if all the. Maybe the G pawn is Gary. I think.
And when you say some people, I think you just mean Ginger GM.
Well, you know, some people say never play F6.
That's correct. A lot of people say that. Nobody knows who started it.
I didn't know that was a mystery. I thought that was widely like determined.
It's a mystery. Okay, maybe I started it.
Wait, have you heard anyone say it before?
Before I did? No.
Before yourself? Okay. You didn't have a coach that told you that?
No.
Oh, that was a lesson you learned the hard way.
That's exactly.
So once upon a time you played F6.
I've played F6, but I regretted it. Yeah. Even when I play it now, I regret it.
Oh, so you still do it sometimes.
Sometimes you have to do it.
Ah.
You have to make the moves you can't make.
And you still regretted it?
Yes.
Is it
Always
more-
regret.
Okay. Never play F6 and always regret playing F6.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Oh, the A pawn is airy. Apparently. I was gonna guess something like Alvin. Or maybe Alfred. Alfredo?
See, the H pawn is Harry, but if it's a women's tournament, then it's Deborah Harry. Which doesn't make sense because people nowadays haven't heard of Deborah Harry.
Yeah, I don't know who that
For
is.
people my age,
Ah,
have you heard of a group called Blondie?
yeah.
They're a music group she's the lead singer.
I like Blondie.
Yeah,
So I guess I like Deborah Harry. Just didn't know.
that's correct. Yeah.
Oh, someone said it's Harriet.
Rook C3 is the best move.
Ah, and she's
Go
played-
Nemo. Nemo wants to play Rook A3.
She's trying to get behind the pawn.
Hmm.
So yeah, rook left. This also makes it harder to trade rooks. Because she can't force a rook off with rook d8. So that kind of frees up the queen as well, because the queen doesn't have to guard the d8 square.
Yeah, Rook C3 was a good move.
And Nemo's up on time, but she's down a pawn. And she's still sneezing, or maybe that was a cough. Alright, so Jennifer now has to think. So, I feel like the obvious to look at least first you have rook d8, king h7, or you can continue pushing the pawn a5. So if you let's start with a5 maybe. Nemo's plan, as you said, is to put the rook behind the pawn, rook a3.
Right.
So that kind of freezes the pawn, and kind of makes it a target a little bit. But it is defended there on a5 at least.
Yeah, black has a serious threat of rook a1.
Ah. We're looking a little deeper now, so push a5, rook a3, and we're not just trying to stop the pawn, we're also coordinating with the queen on a1, pinning the queen to the king. So that's a good point. The other idea, rook d8, king h7. The rook on c3 also guards a couple checking squares from white's queen. Although there is queen b1 check, at which point probably you mentioned Nemo wants to trade the queens. So do you think queen g6 would be the defense?
Queen g6 is okay. Since the white queen seems sort of passive on b1, she might play g6. Just because we could put pressure on f2 or a1, and the white pieces seem not coordinated as much, and the rook on d8 is attacked. So the queen b1 doesn't seem like a good square for the queen.
Yeah, queen b1, although I think I wouldn't want to play g6 because I feel like the pawn push might be kind of weakening to your king. But yeah, after rook d8, what would you think Nemo, well, or not Nemo, Jennifer would do?
Yeah, if rook d8, king h7, she might centralize her queen with queen d5. It's good to play in the center.
That's a good point.
And it defends the diagonal that the king can go to on g2.
Yeah, central queens in the end is very, very strong. Gives you the most options. But my next...
I actually like a5 better. I think it's good to get the white pawn going.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question is, would you even play rook d8? So I guess you want to keep the a pawn going, and probably
yeah, and a pawn's defended on a5. I like that.
So after rook a3, do you want to lift your king, or do you move your queen?
Yeah, queen c2 looks good because then we're stopping the king from going to h7, and we're getting our queen off the back rank, and we're stopping queen c6. So black can't just move her queen willy-nilly off of d8 because rook d8 will be mate.
Yeah, so queen c2 after the rook gets behind this white pawn, and you're guarding that flight square that Nemo made with h6. So when she played h6, I said Nemo guaranteeing she won't get back rank mated in a few moves, but she might still get back rank mated after.
It could happen, but probably not. Yeah, she may have to play g6 if she wants to have her queen and rook run around and avoid back rank mates.
A couple flight squares.
2 flight squares better than 1. Yeah.
What if that flight?
Yeah, this is an important decision for Jennifer whether to play a5 now or move her queen and rook around. But yeah, I like a5.
Put it in A.
Exactly.
Well, the computer choices are none of the moves we've looked at so far. So, top choice is rook d6, hitting the queen.
Yeah, I'm guessing that won't be played.
Next top choice is rook to b5.
Yeah, that's not going to be played either.
Okay, and then the third top choice is h4.
H4 is more reasonable, but I think she'll play either rook d8 check or a5.
Ah, those were the two.
Seem like the human moves.
Are you saying that Jennifer's a human?
Yes.
Ah. I wasn't sure. Do we have an update on the Alex Linda game?
They had some rook and pawn ending, which seemed like Alex was winning, but it didn't seem that easy.
Still a lot of time for Alex, though, huh?
Yeah, big time advantage still. But it doesn't seem like an easy win. It seems difficult. So Linda Diaz has been doing well the last 15 moves to stay in the game.
So we kind of have a similar situation, right? Up a pawn in an endgame.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So, but on this board, Nemo and Jennifer still have a queen. So
Right, they're in a rook and pawn ending with similar pawn structure, except Alex has 2-1 on the queen side.
yeah. But yeah, Linda less than 5 minutes. Do you know how many moves they need to make?
Oh, let me check.
Looks like 5 more moves.
Yeah, 5 more moves. Yep.
In this game, we're on move 30, so they have 10 more moves. Jennifer getting under 20 minutes, Nemo just under 30 minutes. So, yeah, Nemo, just like a move or two ago, she was actually down on time for the first time, but Jennifer now over 10 minutes under Nemo's time. So, Jennifer up the pawn, down on time. She still has 10 moves to make. And luckily, she is up the pawn. Because if she makes a mistake in time pressure, well, it depends on how bad of a mistake it could be. It could be a really big mistake, like blundering a fork or something. Or a piece. Or her queen. Or her king.
So many different kinds of mistakes.
Yeah. There's way more ways to blunder than play good moves. But yeah, other than those blunders, I don't know if there's not much else you could blunder. There's not that many pieces left. Tian Khan, this is a FIDE rated tournament, so definitely not a training camp. This is legit. Exclamation point Botez in my command to see the events page. There's more details. They have some serious prize money on the line, actually. Let me see how much. I think first place gets a shout out from Ben Feingold.
That's first place, right. And second place is you get 2 shouts out from me. That's second. Yeah.
First place, you get $10,000, so not bad. That's more money than I've won playing chess. And then second place is 5,000, and third place is 2,500. Yeah,
I'll still give them a shout out though.
It's 17,500 total prize fund. So only the top 3 players, and there's 8 players. So
just like when I played poker against Nemo, same thing.
Yeah,
8 player knockout, top 3 get paid.
What place did you get?
6th. Solid.
Well, did they invite you to this tournament?
They did not.
Ah,
No, this is a chess tournament. That was a poker tournament.
could you have made top 6 in this?
Probably not, but I could try.
You can always try. Well, I guess maybe not if you weren't invited.
That would make it tougher,
And you said it was a couple 1,000 miles away?
at least.
That's rough.
That's what planes are for.
But the flights have been getting canceled for
That's
people.
true. It's hard to fly out of
Let's see.
Atlanta now.
Your power's going out. You're not invited to the tournament. Like,
Yep.
it's
Yeah,
gotta be rough.
terrible.
But at least you made it to Vegas and back. Okay.
That's correct. Yeah, that was fine.
That was before the stuff was happening, though.
Yep.
So you traveled in time,
Hmm.
but you didn't time travel unless you did.
Well, I might have. I can't talk about that.
Maybe you knew about the things, so you did it early.
Right. Maybe.
Maybe. A man of many mysteries.
Hmm.
Yeah, luckily I didn't have to travel for this. It's just kind of in my backyard.
That's good.
Yeah. They're playing in Malibu. Struck Traveler.
Well, Jennifer's thinking quite a long time on this move.
Yeah, this is not a lot of time to play with here. Like, she knows that she definitely is the choice side with the extra outside pawn. But Nemo, in a critical spot, finds rook c3 the most challenging move, giving her pieces, a lot of flexibility, a lot of options. And Jennifer hasn't come up with the best plan. Jennifer has a lot of options too. We're looking at rook d8. We're looking at a5, and the computer gave a couple other suggestions that were deemed less human. But maybe Jennifer's trying to look past the human moves and dig deep for something like rook d6.
Both players seem very intense, as happens in chess tournaments.
So, being up a pawn, that's like plus 1 point of material, but the computer's saying the advantage is only plus 0.73. So that pawn isn't even worth a full pawn.
Yeah, black has active pieces, and some of the rook and pawn endings are drawn. So it's not quite a whole pawn up.
It's a fraction of a pawn. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Do you think the A pawn knows that it's not 100%?
It suspects. Even when the game started, it thinks about it. It's like, I'm not a center pawn, so I don't know.
Oh, I forgot about the psychology of pawns. They have to compare themselves so much with their. I thought the pawns were typically friends, like they kind of support each other. But this guy, I guess he lost his buddy Barry.
Yeah, nobody's around him to make him feel better.
And usually the pawns, they really like it when they're supported by rooks from behind, but Nemo's rook isn't so friendly and is trying to get to a3. So it's kind of a scary place to be for a pass pawn. Lots of expectation. I mean, the pawn has a clear path ahead of it. Potential to become a queen on a8. But that comes with a lot of stress and responsibility. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm surprised Jennifer's thinking so long, getting herself into time trouble. But I guess she gets into time trouble in these round robins. I guess that happens to everybody.
She's under 10 minutes. So, I think like, how much does the extra time help Nemo? Like, do you think that she'll use that time to try to find like the best continuations, or do you think that playing quicker and keeping the pressure on Jennifer's clock is actually more helpful?
Yeah, that's not helpful because there's a 30-second increment, and it's important to make the best moves. Whenever you're playing chess, you should always try to make the best moves. So you take the proper amount of time that you need to make the best moves, and that's how you put pressure on your opponent.
Words of wisdom. Do you think Jennifer's time usage here is going to help her find something like rook d6?
I think it's making her more. I think she thinks less of her position than she did.
Wow, she goes for h4.
Oh, she played h4.
Well, what were you about to say? It seems like Jennifer thinks less of her position.
Yeah, I don't think she's super confident of victory here.
I don't think Jennifer really could have done too much differently. Like, maybe rook c3 kind of she wasn't expecting, or maybe caught off guard a little bit. But if we go back a couple moves, and maybe we can give a recap later. But yeah, trades rooks on c8. She takes the piece on d5 back. Nemo makes a flight square. And you know what else would you do besides push the a pawn, right? So
a4.
a4,
Yeah, a4 is reasonable. Yeah.
and now rook c3. And she spent 17 minutes on that move. So, and she only had, like, I guess that means 26 minutes. If my math is right. Yeah, Nemo, she just immediately plays rook a3. Threatening rook a1. Also getting behind the a pawn. So I was wondering, Ben, this h4 pawn push, it weakens the g3 pawn ever so slightly. Like, queen to b6 could potentially become a tactic with trying to take on g3. But Nemo didn't give that much thought, I guess.
Yeah, the rook definitely wants to be on a3, threatening rook a1 behind the a pawn. So that's a very reasonable move.
Nemo had a plan when she played rook c3, and she's sticking to it. And she still has queen b6 ideas in her back pocket. Yeah, I agree with, I guess that's cyclotronic, saying a draw with black against the top seed is very valuable this early on in a round robin.
It's not easy for Jennifer to keep an advantage here because you can't lose your a pawn, you can't allow rook a1. Probably doesn't want to allow queen a1. So I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking maybe rook d4 to defend the pawn and block the queen's access to a1. But this is where the time situation can get a little tricky.
You called it. Rook d4. Yeah, so the time pressure making her play fast out of necessity, and the computer was actually saying queen e2 was a top move, and this defended the a pawn tactically with queen e8 fork.
I mean, this is just very difficult for white to win because the reason white could win is because of the a pawn, but with the rook on a3, it makes the pawn less dangerous. So I mean, I think like if two engines are playing, the game should be a draw. It just seems like white, other than the passed a pawn, which is the rook is behind it, doesn't really have enough power to win.
Yeah, we said the pawn wasn't at 100% charge, so not enough power, unfortunately. Jennifer didn't charge her pawns before the game. But I also don't think that's how DGT boards work. So rook d4. And there's really, like, the rook is putting itself into a pen, right? This blocks the queen from connecting with the rook on a1. So the rook can't really move, but there's also not really a way for black to get that rook out of there and take advantage of this pen. So both players taking a sip. Jennifer's got water. Nemo has, I don't know what that is.
Nemo has the juicer, although Jennifer also has the a-pawn juicer. So
the battle of the juicers. Green tea. That checks out. Vodka though, Tuna Town says. I mean,
that's unlikely.
Jennifer could also have vodka. Chester says moonshine. Christopher says it's wine. Spencer says we're making him feel bad for the a-pawn. Well, listen, the a-pawn, lots of hopes and dreams of becoming a queen, and it's supported not only by the queen but also the rook. It's got two people supporting it. It's just the rook that's right behind it is Nemo's. So Nemo's rook is not supporting the pawn. It's holding the pawn back. So it's rough. You can have two things supporting you, but if there's one thing holding you back, it can be hard to move forward.
I'm not sure if we're talking about chess anymore.
I'm talking about my parents.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. Well, Jennifer's leaned back. Nemo, both hands helping her vision, maybe focusing in on the board.
Well, Jennifer was blocking our board. That's why she leaned back. That was nice of her.
Yeah. I learned a lot about lighting yesterday. They were all outside, you know, with the cameras filming, trying to figure out what the best lighting is with the sun. You know, the sun is constantly moving, and the angles are always changing. So yeah, I would have never thought it was so important. But yeah, there's and on top of it, there's filters that they put on when they edit. So everything even looks better than it really is. It's crazy. You never know what's real or not anymore.
Yeah, it's better resolution than real life.
Ben and I couldn't. Someone, I think Maria, when she was here, said that it looks like we're in the same room, which we could be. But it also could
We're
be,
not in the same room? I thought we were in the same room.
we're sharing the same light. No, okay, we have a move, G6, the double flight square. And Nemo sprinting off out of the room. She darted out of there. I don't know. Maybe it has to do with the green tea. Jimster called it G6. Or maybe he is questioning why she played G6. Well, I guess she wants to move the king, but she didn't like H7.
Yeah. Yeah, because she she's thinking about playing rook a2, and then after rook d8 check, she can play king g7. And if she has to play king h7, then queen b1 check attacks the rook. So she just wants to play rook a2 next move.
Yeah, let me show that line that you're talking about. So rook d4 blocks the queen. So even though the queen and the rook can't coordinate on the a1 square, Nemo can put the rook on a2 and the queen and rook coordinate on f2. The problem with rook here is after check king here, there's this fork. Although if queen takes rook, there's queen takes rook, but now this pawn supported by the queen, I guess queen f7 immediately as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So instead, we see from Nemo g6. And the computer's giving it a question mark because it doesn't see the depth that Nemo sees. Right, Ben?
That's probably why. Yeah, to avoid all this rook a1 shenanigans, probably Jennifer should play king g2 now. Then she could play rook f4 at some point and forget about rook a1 winning her queen.
We see Anna crammling in the background, checking out the players' positions. So Anna's got to be happy with hers. Well, I mean, happy with the result, but maybe not happy with how they got there.
Yeah, I'm sure neither player is happy.
That's a rough game.
Yeah.
What's up, Luke? Good to see you. Yeah, Jennifer under 5 minutes, so she's got not a lot of time, and they're on move 32, so they get an extra 30 minutes once they reach move 40, so they have 8 moves to go.
Proving facts is spitting facts. Very good.
So I suspect Jennifer will have to play fairly quickly, and then maybe we can show any new viewers the start of the game, a little recap. There's Andrea in the background. I think she changed out of her pineapple shirt. It didn't serve her well in her game.
Mm-hmm.
So, Ben, have you ever gotten rid of a piece of clothing after you lost the game?
No, but I thought Dina was wearing the pineapple shirt.
They both were. They were 20.
Oh, they both were. Okay.
And they both got upset.
Yeah.
Okay, rook d8 played, and now the computer says white has lost any hope of advantage after Nemo plays king g7, which she should. Although queen g7 maybe allows a queen trade, but I don't think that Nemo is worried about that, right?
No, that's black likes the rook and pawn ending, which seems like pretty much it's going to be a draw.
Actually, if king g7, queen d4, can you just take on a4 right away?
I don't see why not. Let's see. It looks like you can. Oh no, rook g8 check wins.
Oh no.
That would be the kind of blunder I would make.
That's the blunder that I. Well, Nemo's
Yeah, you
been
tricked
playing
me. I believed you because I didn't see rook g8.
And then you saw it.
No, the engine showed it to me.
Oh.
I would never see it. Yeah.
Oh no. I mean, okay, but you also mentioned that Nemo wanted to trade queens, so it's unlikely.
Yeah, yeah. So she won't. Yeah, she'll play king g7.
Did they just do that?
I'm doing it on my board.
It happened on my board. I think they did it.
They said that they would do it. Yep, she played queen d4.
Is Jennifer setting a trap? What are the odds that Nemo blunders rook takes a4 right now?
Not good. She's not going to do that. That's what I do.
Oh, she just trades queens.
Hmm.
So white maintains the extra pawn. I was worried because
Yeah, the only way for white to win is white plays rook f4, moves the king all the way over to the queen's side. That seems far-fetched.
Cabby Chess,
So-
thank you for the 200 bits to Nemo.
Yeah, that just seems like it's not going to happen.
So what are the odds they agreed to draw before move 40?
0%.
0. They're gonna play it to the bitter end.
Yeah, white doesn't going to give a draw. White's a pawn up.
And that's why Jennifer is a good chess player. She has 0.
I mean, nobody should give a draw. It's a pawn up.
All right.
Got to play.
Yeah, I was saying I was going to be very nervous for Nemo to take on a4 because she had been playing the moves that I was suggesting. So luckily, she didn't listen to me on that particular move. Oh, our camera's being moved back.
It hurts.
They're making my small board already covering even more of the players. So, I don't know. Do I have to make the board smaller? Oh, they're bringing in another board. That's... Oh. Maybe they'll move the camera back. What are they doing? They need the...
I don't know.
Anyways, we also see the lighting's getting a little lower as we're getting later into the day. It's past 7 o'clock local time. Yeah, 20 minutes for Nemo, 5 minutes for Jennifer. I think this is a good time for us to go back over the start of the game. Give
Okay.
everyone a recap. So I've done it the last 2 times, Ben. You wanna give your
Sure.
description?
Yeah. Although you have the board, so
I'll just follow along with what you said.
yeah, I'll say stuff. Okay, so they started with a Queen's Indian. So knight f6, c4, e6, and then g3 was, one of the main lines. There's other moves that you can play also, but g3 is the most common move. And a long time ago, people played bishop e7, but now they play bishop a6. Again, white has a wide choice of moves after bishop a6. There's queen c2, there's queen b3, there's b3, there's knight bd2. So they're all slightly different. They can transpose. But okay, she played knight bd2, and then Nemo put immediate pressure on the center, playing d5. And nothing much happened the first 10 moves, except they developed their pieces to the normal squares and castled, and very solid play from both sides. And basically, the choice was with Jennifer whether to play b3 early or take on d5 early, and she did neither. She played knight e5. Nemo played a well-timed c5, which was good. Then d takes c5, I think, is a mistake that gives away white's advantage. And Nemo could even take with the bishop on c5, but she played the more standard, taking with the pawn. And then after more trades on d5, and I think white played b3 there, I think. After trading on d5. Then Nemo made her first mistake. Knight bd7, I think, would have been probably almost full equality. Knight c6 allows a tactical trick, which doesn't win material, but it gives white something to play for with black's isolated d-pawn instead of the pawn duo that black had, because now white gets to play b4 and take advantage of all these pins. And Nemo didn't play queen b6 and trade everything, which I expected. She sacrificed the pawn, getting activity, and thinking that maybe she'll win it back later, which she ended up doing by playing rook c8. And then bishop c4. Yeah, this is all fine. Then Jennifer surprised us by playing bishop b2, giving the pawn back, instead of playing bishop e3 and trying to hang on to the pawn. And just Jennifer was hoping to get the 2 bishops and give black an isolated pawn and try to play for a win without necessarily having an extra pawn. See Alex come by to look at the game. It seems like whenever the players come to look at the game in progress, they're always eating. So, okay, and then black played a5, a4, won the pawn back, and black had to sacrifice the a4 pawn to win the c5 pawn. And in this position, after she took on a4, seems like Nemo made a decision the engine didn't like. The engine just wanted to play for compensation with something like rook e8, but she decided to win her pawn back immediately. I don't really blame her. Took on d4. The engine wasn't excited about the way Jennifer took back and played afterwards, and thought that black was close to equalizing in this position. Bishop takes d4 was more precise than rook takes. But I'm just noticing on the live board, it's very sunny. There's a lot of shadows.
Yeah, they've played some moves.
Yeah. Okay. We could quickly keep going. Then the key move in this game after rook d2, bishop c4, queen d1 was, or I guess rook e8 was played at some point, was black could have played knight e4 instead of queen b6. Yeah, and then yeah, rook c1. Probably knight e4 gave black really good drawing chances. And black still had good drawing chances the way she played. It's not clear that black was ever losing. Black was just, worse and trying to draw. And after queen b6, they basically vacuumed the board with a bishop d4 in the middle. Then that everything just got traded, and white was a pawn up. But it's very difficult to win since it's a passed a pawn, and black has a queen and a rook, so white has to be careful not to allow anything tricky. And I think h4 and rook d8 were both imprecise, and allows Nemo to get a drawn rook and pawn ending, which I'm fairly confident that she will draw. Problem is, white wants to play rook f4 and then move the king over to the queen side. If you don't play rook f4, black's going to play rook takes f2. And then when white plays rook f4 and starts moving her king over to the queen side, black's going to play f6 and g5. And then I got nothing. I don't know. Let's see how white's going to win that. That just looks like white has no chances to win. So the way she played was right with h5. And Jennifer, the current position, Jennifer played king e1. And the problem is, black can just play f6 and g5. And with the rook on a2, which she played, white doesn't have any way to continue moving her king to the queen side. So again, that's why I said she has to play rook f4. I don't see any other way to try to win. Then after f6, g5, I don't see any way to win. So I got nothing. All I see is a draw, and I don't really see... An engine is just giving silly moves. The engine's like moving the king back and forth. King f1, king g2, king f1. Because the way to try to win is to play rook f4 and king b1, but I can't really accomplish that in time. So Otherwise, it's not clear what White's doing. White's rook is stuck to defending the a4 pawn. So I think Nemo's going to draw comfortably, and I think Jennifer's going to regret rook d8 check and queen d4, getting into this pretty drawn rook and pawn endgame.
So she could have left the queens on the board.
I mean, the rook ending was the easiest one to draw out of all the endings. The king and pawn ending is lost. The queen and pawn ending is probably lost. And the rook and pawn ending is almost certainly drawn. So this is the best ending that Nemo could have hoped for.
Being down a pawn.
Well, yeah, she's been down a pawn for a long time. But yeah, this seems okay.
Thank you to Layla for the sub, saying the draw is incoming. So yeah. And Nemo's up on time. So Ben with the master class showing us how easy Black's plan is if the rook ever goes to f4. And if the rook doesn't go to f4, White is kind of out of plans because the king can never leave the f pawn, and the rook can never leave the a pawn.
That's right.
So no clear.
So Black just moves the king around and chills, and then White has to do something. I don't know what.
Christopher redeemed Gandalf. I don't know if I'm able to do that on these commentary streams, but I have a Gandalf hat that I'll wear on stream if redeemed for channel points. I don't know if you use your channel points, Ben. On stream.
I have channel points. I don't even know what channel points are.
Maybe CL Smith knows. Also, hello to beginner players. Yeah, it's a fair try. I could do an almond for CL. Well, we might have to limit it. I don't know. We don't want things to be abused, but oh, thank you, Joshua. So yeah, Ben just gave us the rundown of the game. There was a couple interesting lines that we could have seen. I think there is a way that I could have lost this game. I could definitely still lose this game from either side. But yeah, Nemo's definitely going to be happy, I think, with the results. Draw with Black against the #1 seed, the 2-time U.S. Women's Champ, Woman Grandmaster, Jennifer Yu. Both these players are Woman Grandmasters. Chess.com says they're FIDE Masters, which is also true. But some players have a preference for what title. As Cheesy is making me wink. They're really bringing out the full gauntlet. I have to redeem or I have to refund Christopher's points. But yeah, Nemo also a champion in her own right. These players were discussing actually the difference between being a U.S. women's champion versus a Canadian woman champion. And it turns out the difference is financially.
Yeah.
So, do you know how much both players won for their respective championships?
Usually first place in the U.S. women's is either like 30,000 or 40,000. In the Canadian women's, it's probably like you get like a broom and a pan and hockey stick or something. I would guess, and then they might give you a coupon for Tim Hortons. That would be my guess.
Well, I mean, yeah, we could ask Nemo which one she would prefer. But you're pretty spot on. I think Jennifer said the most she had won is $40,000 for first in the U.S. Women's Championship.
Mm-hmm.
Nemo, maybe people in chat can guess. I think Ben had a pretty good guess. Maybe we'll let the chat guess. I think a signed hockey puck I would take.
Wow, that would be pretty good. I don't think you
Yeah.
would get that much. Maybe that's if you win the U.S. championship, the Canadian championship in general, not the women's.
Oh, okay, okay. The men's.
That might be first place for like Eric Hansen or something.
Eric Hansen, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen Eric Hansen took Magnus Carlsen to a hockey game
Yeah.
with him on. That was a fun one. I'm a big hockey fan myself, so signed puck or stick or whatever would be very valuable to me.
Yeah.
But okay, so someone guessed 5K, someone guessed 2.5K, someone guessed $1.25. But the winner goes to Langstrand, who guessed 1K, because that is what Nemo won, which may be a little bit better than a Tim Hortons gift card, but
Probably, yeah.
I guess in order of magnitude, not that much different. But so U.S. Women's Champ 40 times larger than Canadian Champ. But Nemo's showing that doesn't matter the difference in the money, because right now the difference on the board is one pawn that can't really go anywhere. So its position seems fairly equal. Oh, someone's also mentioning the currency exchange rate between Canada and the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
So, actually, I don't know. Is 1K Canadian less than 1K U.S. money?
Yes, indeed, it is.
Ah, so it's even less than 1K. It's worse than I thought. 75 cents.
That's about right.
So it's so she won like $750. At that point, I might consider the Tim Hortons gift card.
Exactly.
It's worse than I thought. That's rough. I'll have to tell Nemo, because they got a kick out of that for sure. So okay, we see Nemo make a move here. After king to e1, Nemo bringing her king to f6, flexing on the white king, saying I can go up to the 6th rank.
Mm-hmm.
Although now Jennifer's played your move.
The king can go anywhere. It doesn't matter. All 4 moves draw.
I'm gonna try working my OBS magic. Like they scooted the camera back,
Mm-hmm.
but I guess I could zoom in on them.
Zoom, zoom, zoom. Ooh, I like that better.
It's a little different. We're trying.
That's pretty good.
I should have thought of it earlier.
GMs are insane. How can Ben know this so easily? I've played in Canada before. I grew up in Detroit. So I know what the prizes are in a lot of Canadian tournaments. But yeah, thanks for the kudos.
Ben is very knowledgeable in many assets of life.
Yeah, second place in the Canadian women's is a loony, and first place is a toonie. So that's pretty good.
Well, there's Gerbs again and Andrea. Okay, a couple more. So after rook f4 check, the king goes to e6. So does the king ever have ambitions of chasing down the a pawn, or is that
No, don't ever do that. You don't want to leave your king side open to the white rook. We're gonna have to keep our king near our pawns.
Is there an update on the Linda and Alexandra board?
Looks pretty similar to how I saw it an hour ago.
So they traded off a pair of pawns on both sides of the board, actually.
Yeah.
And this is like very, very similar to Nemo and Jennifer's game. But they reached move 40, so they've gotten the extra time back.
I was actually in Canada for the candidates. I went for the last 3 rounds. So I think I saw Nemo for 1 second. She was walking somewhere. but we didn't get to talk to each other. So I was in Canada for a few days.
I've never been to Canada, but I'd love to go. I hear they have poutine.
They do.
Yeah, White Noise. Gerbs is actually staying with me, so we might have Gerbs on stream at one point. So, all right, Rook F4, and now that frees Jennifer's king to go chase Nemo's rook.
Mhm.
Now, your plan was F6 G5, and then you were out of plans.
Right, and the engine just says everything draws. It says I can play like F5, King D5, and just move my rook up and down the 7th rank. Then it wants to play like your plan, because after black plays F5, the white rook can't really get at the black pawns. So then it can move the king over to the A pawn. So basically every plan draws. So F6, G5 draws, F5, King D5 draws. And I think not moving draws.
Not moving.
But White's plan is to play King C1, King B1, move the king up, and try to queen the A pawn. After F6, the engine doesn't play King C1 because it knows G5 is really strong. So it just plays King E1, which doesn't really give any winning chances. But F5 is just as good.
I found a way to lose though.
Yeah.
You can play the levy move and sack the rook.
Rook takes F2 or rook takes A4.
Your choice.
Exactly.
You could play rook D2.
I like rook takes A4 because if white doesn't play the best move, then black's better. Black can play rook takes rook and king F5 or king D5. Yeah. Yeah, like if white's pre-moving in a bullet game, king D1, king C1, king B1. After king C1, you play rook takes A4, king B1, rook takes F4, then you win.
Smart. So Nemo just has to get her into time pressure. But the problem is they're one move away from making time control. So they'll get 30 minutes added.
V Ghost Stars, that's very well informed. That area of land that was given to Toledo, was given to Ohio, is called the Toledo Strip. And in my opinion, the reason the U.S. government gave it to Ohio is at that time, Ohio was a state and Michigan was not. And so Michigan was just part of the territory. So they were like, give it to Ohio. And then it's good because, who wants Toledo? So the Toledo Strip is the name of the area that was fought for then. And the Congress eventually gave it to Ohio. True story.
So people from Michigan and Ohio know this.
Not necessarily, but I was a history major. So.
Didn't Danya also, wasn't he also a history major?
I don't know. I did political science, history, and economics at various times. But our teacher, whenever class would start in Michigan history, they would tell us a funny story. And it was always on like a paper some kid wrote. Something funny they said. Like Abraham Lincoln was built in a log cabin he built with his own 2 hands, stuff like that. So one kid wrote, in response to what is the Toledo Strip, he said, that's the dance the Queen of England did before sending her troops off to war. He put that on a test paper. Man, harsh. I would have given that kid an A+ for thinking outside the box.
Oh, maybe you should be a teacher.
Yeah, see, that guy gets an A. He tried. Okay, she played F6. Never play F6.
Oh, she played the move.
But that's what I thought she should play is F6 G5. Yeah, and then Jennifer gives up.
She could have
King E1.
She could have avoided F6 by playing F5.
Yeah. Now everything draws. Like if white doesn't play King D1, King C1, King B1, then I don't have a plan for white. I got nothing.
I mean,
She's walking away like she's impressed, but if black like moves king e5, king e6, I don't see what white does.
Jennifer is baiting out these pawn moves, waiting for Nemo to give her some attack, maybe if the king ever gets too far away. I know unlikely, but maybe Nemo now will play for the win. Gather the A pawn and then play an equal 3 versus 3.
No, I think Nemo should just move her king back and forth.
I know you also like G5.
G5 also draws. Yeah. Nothing wrong with G5.
G5, H takes, F takes. The rook has to move, and then Nemo can make a pass pawn of her own with H4.
Yeah, I mean, if white's going to move the king back to G2, though, I would just chill. I'm only worried about king B1. And if white's not going to play king B1, then I'll wait to play G5. If white plays the king, around... Yeah, and Nemo's playing like I would play. Just chill.
She's just chilling. Shout out to
I mean, when
Alice
you play king D1, then king E1, wow. What are you trying to do? Yeah, black has a better king, better rook, Papa John's.
We're getting some good delivery here.
From Papa John's?
No, your jokes.
Yeah, because that's not good delivery. It's risky.
I thought it was a good delivery. Why Papa John's?
This says that Botez is really winning now. Like now it's no joke.
Oh.
Now it says +10.
Dang, it was saying it was like dead draw. Just like this game, but what happened? Oh, it was G5.
Oh, she blundered with rook takes A6. And then G5 check double question mark. Yeah, I mean, like that was one of the only losing moves.
Oh, so they're both blundering.
Yeah, G5 check was double question mark.
So
she was losing, then she was drawing, and now she's losing again. Linda.
I like to say that blunders come in pairs.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she was expecting en passant.
That's possible.
Always play en passant, right?
So white's only winning plan if black decides not to play G5 ever and just moves the king back and forth is to play rook B4, check from the side, and then put the rook in front of the pawn. But I mean, that's not winning, but that's like her only winning chance.
There's some progress to be made.
Yeah, you can push your pawn, but it still should be a draw.
Well, they've made the extra time control. Nemo's down on time for the second time in the game, but only by a minute. And yeah, no time pressure on these players. The accuracy for both, I don't know if people want to guess. Maybe we let people guess what the accuracy is showing. Do you see what the accuracy is saying, Ben?
Yeah, I see.
Do you give much weight to the accuracy scores?
Sure, why not?
It's something fun to look at, right? Okay, we have someone saying 94%, 92%. That's got us things at 66%. The lowest guess so far, but maybe not the lowest guess yet. Hannibal getting in multiple guesses. Maybe one for each player. Although 90 and 70 are kind of different. 70%, 92%. Yeah, people noticing Nemo's not wearing any shoes. maybe helps keep her grounded. All right, Josh was saying like 93 or 94. Caspian with precision, like guess 94.1 versus 93.7. I think Caspian's earned the VIP badge for a reason because they got it exactly right. So shout out to Caspian. Everyone else, good guesses. Benny put 60, which is lower than 66. But I think the lowest score goes to Flip Mello with 59. So we got some harsh critics, although, you know, Ben, what they say, Twitch chat is stronger than Stockfish.
Who says that? Not Stockfish.
I thought they said that.
Okay.
Maybe not. White Noise guessed 69%, which is pretty nice. But Joshua guessed 420%. So they said that they could achieve that accuracy if they had played a Bond Cloud.
Yeah, it sounds like people are getting antsy.
Yeah.
Well, if anybody blunders in either game, they have a good excuse. It's because the sun's in their eyes.
So we see this rook b4 plan. So there's still some juice to squeeze out of this position.
Mm-hmm.
With your
Yeah, they were showing a line on the Botez stream where white won by moving the king all the way to h6 around the board. Very suspicious.
Is it still Danny commentating over there? Is that...
No, it's the other Benjamin and Anamaya.
Ah, okay. Wow, Anamaya's back? Wait. That's crazy. What time is it over there? I don't know where she...
That's a good question. It's late. Or early.
Is it late or early? Yeah.
Yeah.
It could be so late that it's early. Well, Havitz is asking, is the juice worth the squeeze? I would say the squeeze is you could win, and not squeezing is it's just a draw. So I guess it is worth the squeeze. Like, why not? You have a pawn, right? You might as
Yeah,
well use
white
it.
never offers a draw ever. It's always try to win with an extra pawn. Yeah.
So I received word it's 4:30 in the morning. So my next question now is, oh, shout out to Kevin who also said it's 4:30 a.m. The next question is Anna Maya going to commentate again tomorrow? Because we have the rounds at the same time. Perhaps a little earlier. They delayed today's stream a bit because they were late for the opening ceremony, which largely got scratched. So I think the first round was delayed by about 45 minutes, and the second round by about a similar time. So maybe we'll see if tomorrow starts on time, which should be 11 a.m. Pacific and 3 p.m. Pacific. Nemo is going to be playing again tomorrow, 3 p.m. Pacific.
Do you know who Nemo's playing tomorrow?
That is a great question, and I should know, and I'm going to look it up right now. So tomorrow she's going to play against Linda.
Yep.
So
Go from the highest rated to one of the lowest rated.
yep. I think so. Linda's higher rated than Jules.
Mm-hmm.
I think. Actually, I don't know Andrea's rating. Did Andrea get over 2,000, or is she still in the 1900s? Linda.
Only the chat knows.
Yeah. The Botez command didn't work for White Noise. I don't know why. But okay, she's like 19. Okay. Oh, she's under. Really? Well, you mean after losing to Jules or just in general? Either way, yeah, Ben's right. Nemo's swinging from top seed to one of the lower seeds. But I mean, Linda apparently she could have had a draw against Alex. I guess their game's still going on. Yeah, yeah. Linda blundered this G5 check,
Yeah.
and Alex declined en passant, playing king to G5, or sorry, H5. And I guess the problem is Black's gonna get into a sort of zugzwang at some point, or White's just gonna keep pushing their a pawn. Right. I guess Alex has a setup that perhaps Jennifer's trying to get with the rook in front of the pass pawn, but Nemo has just played king e7.
Yeah, Nemo didn't want to put her king on the 4th rank because then White could play, it doesn't win, but rook b5 check and a5 and inch the pawn closer by keeping. So she's making sure if she does want to get a rook somewhere else, it has to be in front of the pawn.
Yeah, the light is now completely the spotlight on Nemo. I love the shadow of both of them playing on the wall. Oh, there it is. I didn't see it. White nice. So I guess Jennifer could still give a rook check and put the rook on a7, giving her a pawn a couple extra moves. But eventually, if the pawn gets to a7, rook on a8, as long as Nemo doesn't allow a check from the rook from behind, Jennifer could never promote her pawn and win the rook.
Yeah, they're analyzing a lot of ways that White wins in this game, but that's assuming Nemo doesn't defend properly.
Yeah, here on the Nemo channel, we assume that Nemo defends properly.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the engine just says everything is a draw. And all these winning attempts that White has, which involve moving the a-pawn and moving the king all around the board, that could happen, but if Nemo plays precisely, that won't happen. Nemo doesn't seem like she's worried about anything and she has to play g5 because g5 is drawing, but I wouldn't play g5 either unless I had to.
Yeah, Ben is known for not doing things unless he has to.
Yeah, if you have to play g5, okay, but if you don't have to, you can just move your king back and forth.
And that's why he's commentating for Nemo today. Amadeus, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. This is round 1. Now that we have extra time on the clocks, maybe we do another run through of the game while we wait here. Because, yeah, they still have the 30-second increment. They just passed move 40. It's move 42. Both players just under 30 minutes each. Ben, what's your estimate? How much longer do you think this game will go?
Probably another 30 minutes.
All right. So in the meantime, we'll start over here. We'll show you all how we got here. So Jennifer with the white pieces playing d4, and we have b6 from Nemo to play bishop a6, attacking the c4 pawn. Knight b d2 defends the pawn. Nemo playing in the center d5 attacks the pawn again. And we have Jennifer fianchettoing, castling for both sides. Knight into e5, so Nemo brings the bishop back and now plays for c5. And then we see some trades in the center. Nemo maintains the pawn duo, brings the knight out to c6, and this allows for Jennifer to trade, putting the bishop in a couple of pins, allowing this nice b4 idea. So Nemo, instead of defending with queen b6, she goes rook c8, trying to win the pawn back with some activity. And Jennifer, instead of holding on to the pawn, decides to give the pawn back. Nemo couldn't take right away because there'd be a bishop a3 skewer. So instead tries to kick the knight out. Jennifer goes for the active rook on the d file. And we do see the knight gets kicked, but at the cost of the a4 pawn. Nemo quickly trades off her dark square bishop, and instead of taking with the bishop, Jennifer plays the less optimal rook takes d4. After bishop takes e2, rook d2, the bishop comes back to c4. Jennifer goes queen back to d1, pressure on the d pawn, rook e8 from Nemo, and then queen d6. We see the bishop hits the queen and only then captures on f6, where we see a lot of trades, starting with the bishops, winning back the pawn, and then a pair of rooks. And that leaves Jennifer with this passed outside a pawn. So Nemo makes a flight square, and then after rook c3, this largely equalizes. Now, Jennifer had a chance to leave some material on the board. After rook a3, she blocks the diagonal. I guess it was after g6, Jennifer trades queens when she shouldn't have. Although in this position, I would have blundered. I was looking at rook takes a4, thinking if queen takes rook, there's queen takes rook. But instead, there's this nice tactic, rook g8, winning the queen. So Nemo didn't fall for that. Instead, trading queens, and this is kind of where we get to this endgame structure that we've been looking at. The king trying to make its way to the center. Rook f4, defending the f-pawn. But after, I guess, f6, the threat is g5. So the king goes back to e1. And we see a couple king shuffles. But then Jennifer has this idea to check along the side. And that's what's going to help her potentially push the a-pawn. But I guess instead we see rook e4 check, king f7. And yeah, Jennifer doesn't have really anything else besides trying to go back to check on the side.
Very well stated. Linda Diaz just resigned.
Ooh, so yeah, Alex and Linda game just finished. We saw those players walking away from their board, and so now this is the final game of day 1 of the Botez chess camp. Expecting a draw here in the next 30 minutes or so was Ben's prediction, but it could last even longer. Another king move here from Jennifer.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Jennifer is going to do with rook e4 check. maybe she'll just go back to b4, c4, and check from the side again.
Yeah, I think rook b4 makes a lot of sense. Like she gives this rook e4 check, force the king back to f7. Maybe trying to lure the king out even further or push it back, either way. But yeah, Nemo's just going to go back and forth, not give up any chances unnecessarily. And Jennifer has to eventually try one of these lateral checks and supporting her pawn from the front so she can continue pushing it. But yeah, last time we asked about the accuracy score, Nemo was in the 93s. After a couple of these moves here, she's upped her score to 94. So she's getting better with
I'm surprised you haven't had a break yet since, we've been here more than 4 hours. I'm gonna go get a drink again and
I'll take some water too.
yeah, okay, I'll bring you some water.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody in the chat want coffee or anything?
Some pizza. Now we're talking. See, that's why Caspian's VIP again. Caspian knows the accuracies and also knows what to ask for. Do they call me that, CL? I didn't know they called me that. Who's calling me that? It must be behind my back. Unless it's CL who calls it to me in my chat. Although I don't know if CL actually called me that. They just said that they call me that. Where are they streaming from? JC Lion, good to see you. They're streaming from Malibu. So they got the mansion. You know, guys, maybe I'll show you the full scenery here. Maybe we'll make the board invisible. Show you guys the full picture. You see, they got that nice dining table back there. They got some art pieces. Some decor. And then, they have the light shining down on them. You can see their Nemo's shadow leaning over the board and the table. That window it's arched. As you can see, it's got a curve at the front. So it's a really big window too. That overlooks a canyon, basically. Overlooking like the mountain range of Malibu. So it's a really big backyard that they have. Welcome back, man. I'm kind of trying to describe the estate that they're in right now, and like the scenery. So essentially they're on this giant cliff and part of this mountain range, and their backyard overlooks this massive canyon where the sun is like setting. So about probably like another 30-40 minutes or so, I think the sun's gonna set, and it's really pretty. And you can also see the ocean a little bit. So yeah, really nice views. Okay, we have another move.
Always retreat.
So yeah, Jennifer is shuffling the king, and now king f8. So always retreat. I guess she didn't want to stay on the 7th, because if she goes to g7, she allows rook e7 check. But I guess that's still probably a draw.
Yeah. Everything's a draw. Yeah, that somebody said, where'd the board go? I agree.
Oh, that's my bad. I forgot to turn on. Yeah, that was my AC. I'll turn off.
It was also nice without the board.
It gets too hot if I don't have the air on for too long. But the sun is setting, so it's fine now. Yeah, Indercast says they would resign if the sun is in their face for that long. So maybe the sun
Terrible.
gambit could play a role here. It could be hard to play with the sun in your eyes. I think that happens to professional athletes as well.
Yeah.
So maybe maybe in the next game they could put the I don't know what it's called, like the face paint, the those marks under your eyes.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The black thing under your eye.
But I don't like I guess I don't know does that work? Is that supposed to do something about the sun?
I don't know. It's supposed to.
How does that work? Is it called eye black?
You got me.
That's what people are saying. Um, it helps the reflection, like from your cheeks. Yeah, I think yeah, proving size it makes you look scary and tough. I feel like that's probably more. Uh,
I think this is where Jennifer is finally going to play King C1 and get on with it.
so King
I think she'll
C1.
play. Yeah, then Black will play G5, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, so King C1 threatening King
Yeah, White just
B1.
wants to play King B1 and get the king over there and get the A pawn going. So I think she'll play King C1. She's been trying to play King C1 the whole game, but she played King E1 last time we had a similar position.
And that'll force Nemo's hand to play G5, which will kick the rook away from this F4 square. And the F4 square is important because it defends both F2 as well as A4. So if the king is not defending F2 and the rook can't defend, then Nemo could take one of those pawns. So if you play King C1 and Nemo plays G5, then what does Jennifer do?
Well, Benjamin wants to play King B1 and then force the rook away from the A pawn, which makes sense. Then the black rook moves sideways, D2 or E2. And then White has to decide which, whether to give away her F pawn or not. And, there is a world where Black does win, where White insanely tries to win. Where White, gives up a pawn or two on the king side and tries to queen the A pawn, doesn't calculate right, and then Black's winning. That can happen. I don't think Jennifer's going to let that happen.
So you're telling me there's a chance.
There's a chance.
I like those odds. It's funny, like I'm not watching the Botez stream, but depending on who the commentators are commentating for, or I don't know, different lines you want to look at, you can spin so many different lines and variations and possibilities. But yeah, obviously most likely gonna be a draw, but chances for both sides still. Anything's possible.
The game will last until it's over.
I like to say it's Jover. But not yet. Not quite. Also, now the accuracy it's 94.5 for
They're playing even better. Soon they'll play over 100.
at this rate. If you do the trajectory. Yeah, 94.5 for Jennifer, 94.3 for Nemo. So that 0.2% accuracy difference is what got Jennifer her extra pawn.
That's right.
Once the accuracy gets above a certain threshold, it triggers an automatic alert to Kramnik.
Exactly. When Kramnik wakes up, he'll start the process.
He'll receive word. I actually wouldn't be surprised if all the other streamers were out taking photos of the sunset. And just Jennifer and Nemo are just stuck on this rook and pawn endgame. Nemo just took a glance out the window, actually, maybe was looking at them. But now she's... Both players, both hands on their heads, elbows on the table. Nemo's moving her leg a little bit.
Do you think a fist fight will break out any second? That's what I'm assuming.
At the very end, if it's still a draw, they'll settle it
Yeah,
another
maybe.
way.
Then we'll get some chess boxing.
Yeah. I don't know if they brought any gloves.
No gloves. The gloves are off.
The gloves have been off this whole time. Okay, so now Jennifer leaning forward and Nemo, I don't know, just waiting. She doesn't know what to do with herself, so she's gonna get up and move around.
Yeah, both players have 20 minutes plus, so.
Jaretzel says Jen would probably take the win in boxing. I don't know. Nemo's pretty fit. It would be close. I don't know if it's obvious. What happened, Carlton? So they reached move 40, which adds 30 extra minutes to their clock. Now we're on move 46. And essentially, I could just show the last couple moves, maybe after the queen trade. So here Jennifer gives the rook check, king goes to g7, and Jennifer goes queen d4, which pins the queen to the king, forcing a trade. And after this trade, we've gotten to this endgame where we're at now. And so far what we've seen is just largely the kings shuffling around. So the rook gets to the second rank. And you'll see these rooks are kind of like forming a box with the two pawns in the corners. You have pawn on a4, pawn on f2. Jennifer's king keeping an eye on the pawn, so freeing up the rook on f4. But after a couple of, I guess, checks from Jennifer, forcing the king back a little bit, the king comes back out to d1. And now we're guessing that Jennifer, with the extra pawn, is going to try to push that pawn by freeing it from the rook on a2 by playing king c1. And if Jennifer plays king c1, the threat is to play b1. And if the rook tries to stay behind the a pawn, then there's going to be king b2. And eventually the rook's going to be forced away and the pawn can continue pushing. So after a move like king c1, we're going to expect Nemo to play an attacking move, g5. And if the rook moves, well, it can't defend both pawns anymore. So instead of moving the rook, we're going to see the king continue its plan going to b1. So if you take the rook on f4, the king will take the rook on a2, and this a pawn is going to be really good.
Yeah, and Nemo's good at stopping the a pawn because she's Canadian, so she says a lot. So the a file, the a pawn, that's all in her wheelhouse.
Is that true, eh?
It's true.
Yeah, this is the American versus Canadian former woman champions. Nemo getting up from the board, making sure Jennifer's still thinking. Take a quick glance there. Does that qualify as a dad joke? Well, Ben is a dad.
I was a dad before most of this chat was born.
So I guess
True
that's
story.
yes.
I've been a dad since 1991.
Yeah, that's before Bishop A6 was popular.
Hmm.
All right, so Nemo's back with a mug.
Yeah, she's going to name her first child Bug Costanza.
Probably.
Seinfeld reference.
Yeah, CL's not most viewers.
Yeah, I think Nemo is in trouble because Kramnik's going to complain that she's wearing a watch.
Oh, that's a good point. This is FIDE rated tournament.
Hmm.
Oh no.
It's not Kramnik approved.
Uh-oh. Now, how has that always been a rule, or is that a recent thing?
No, it hasn't always been a rule. I mean, obviously, there's chess before computers could play well or existed.
Mm. So, yeah, I guess the watch thing has always been, or maybe not always, but has been not so widely known. So shout out to Kramnik for bringing attention to these
Go
rules.
Kramnik.
I'm sure it's just a piece of jewelry, you know, it probably doesn't even tell the time. Dr. Jules is asking, how is GM Ben today?
Who? They mean the Benjamin Bach on the other stream?
They were a bit ambiguous.
Yeah.
It wasn't clear. Zildjian, thanks for the sub. 32 months, let's go. Indercast has played 15 bullet games. How many were dubs?
And they were all 94.5 like this game.
And Nemo has gotten up again. But this time, where is she going? Maybe we turn the board off again. She's hiding behind this pillar. There she is.
Well, she is a pillar of the community.
It's true.
Here she comes.
There's a couple pillars in this shot.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, is she drinking tea, or do you guys think maybe it's coffee? Or something else?
Probably tea because she's Canadian.
Someone says it's tea.
Not even sure if that makes any sense. But...
Ah. We might see a move here. Hand on the head for Jen. She's reaching. There it is. Okay, King C1. We have liftoff, people. Progress.
Finally, stuff is going to happen.
All right, so now it's up to Nemo. Big moment here. Again, as Ben has said, everything draws, right? But is that still true?
No, you should play G5 now. You should play G. You could play rook e2, but you should play g5.
All right, so g5 is the
No,
most
no other
pressing.
move makes any sense because king b1 is just too good.
King b1, strong threat from
Yeah, you got to
Jennifer.
play g5. You got to get it going.
All right. Caspian predicting en passant.
Very suspicious.
We didn't even see en passant on the other board where it was legal.
Let's see. Crazy guys texting me. Oh yeah, I saw that. This friend of mine in California and I text each other stuff that we see on Twitter, but we've already both seen it, so
Ah,
never a surprise to anybody.
is your friend in California close enough to watch this game?
No, he's in your favorite city, Gilroy,
Ah, lots of garlic.
known for garlic. Yeah.
What a place. Also, a heads up for anyone that thinks, oh, it's just easy draw or whatever. Well, first off, Jennifer's pushing here, so game's not over yet. But also, we're gonna bring in Nemo afterwards for an interview. So definitely stick around. Maybe think of questions that you'll have for her. Maybe like what she's drinking or where'd her shoes go. Or maybe questions relevant about the game. I don't know.
So the reason Black wants to play g5 is if there's a trade on g5, Black can get a passed h pawn, and White's going to have to deal with that. And in dealing with that, White's going to lose the f or the h pawn. There's no more pawns left. And if White doesn't play hg, it's very difficult for White's rook to stay on the a pawn and the f pawn. And the engine line where you play king b1, which is the only move that makes sense to me after g5, we play rook d2, and then if you play rook f3, I could take on h4 and play rook d4, and Black's not going to be down a pawn anymore. Now, Nemo's king is well positioned on e6 in case she needs to run her king over to the a pawn, and she'll have a pawn advantage on the king side. So that's why it's a draw, because White really can't defend the f pawn, the h pawn, the a pawn, and Black's king is pretty well placed.
And shout out to Botez Live, who's rating us. Welcome, everyone. This is the last game of the day of the Botez Invitational. Welcome in. You guys are going to see the ending of this Jennifer Yu and Nemo round one thriller, the battle between two WGMs, the battle between two former champions, Jennifer winning in the US, Nemo winning in Canada. And we have Jennifer up a pawn in a rook and pawn endgame. We've seen a lot of shuffling, a lot of back and forth with the kings and the rooks, but ultimately Jennifer, being up a pawn, is now pushing for the win. She's just done it playing king c1. Nemo finding the best defensive resource here, g5, that Ben was just going over, attacking the rook, but instead king b1 now. So this is going to force Nemo.
Always play king b1. I can't even find my own emotes. I have too many emotes. I have a king b1 emote, but I can't find it.
Struggling from success.
Yeah, I have like 30, 40 emotes, and I can't find king. Oh, here it is. I just can't see. I think that says king b1.
There it
I
is.
don't even know. Yeah.
So yeah, Ben, you're saying rook d2 is the move.
Yeah, rook d2 and rook e2 is the same. Just rook has to stay on the 7th rank because rook a3, king b2 doesn't make any sense. It doesn't matter what she does; they're both draws. It's the same kind of thing. Black's rook is going to attack the h pawn, the a pawn, the f pawn, and White's king isn't, well placed to win because White king was on c5 or b6, and the a pawn's really strong. But on b1, Black's king can run over to it, or the Black rook, and White's going to end up losing one of the pawns. Obviously, she can't afford to lose the a pawn. So, anyway, good winning try from Jennifer, though. Game's still not over. Good thing Nemo has more time. But this is a pretty well-played game, as you can see from the cap score. High-level game.
Yeah, both players over 94% accuracy, and we'll see if that continues to hold. Sepper saying that he will be surprised if Nemo holds a draw. He's predicting Jennifer to go with the perfect sweep, 8 out of 8. So he might.
Well, it would be 7 out of 7.
let's
7 rounds.
Let's let Sepper live his fantasy.
Yeah,
for a little bit.
that's not going to happen. Nobody's going to get 7.
But that would be rough for Sepper to have his bracket broken in the very first round.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he said not surprised. He'd be impressed. Okay, my bad. Yeah, Rook D2, top move played yet again. Leaving the question to Jennifer. What do you do with your rook on F4? There is a check. You can play Rook E4, and they say always check. It might be mate.
Is that what they say?
Yes, I've heard them say it.
Okay. We got the big raids today from Botez and Cramling. Probably got some little raids.
Yeah, big raids, little raids. We appreciate and welcome them all.
And you said when the game is over, Nemo's going to come on and talk about the game with us?
The plan that I've been told beforehand was to have an interview. But, sometimes plans change.
That's right. Sometimes the places you want to eat dinner close at 9 and you got to get over there.
Yeah, so the interview could ask her what she wants for dinner. Although they've been getting their dinners ordered in.
Terrence Howard says 8/8.
Thank you, Sad Rabbit, for the 1,000 bits. Take care, Sepper. Yeah, I think the Botez channel, they must have been like, it's getting pretty late, and I guess Alex did finish her game, so they're like, well, they got their
Yeah, they interviewed Alex after the game too.
Nice. Maybe, I guess, like, people watching the Botez channel were also watching this game, so should I go over the game again from the start? That's what we've been doing to buy some time. Anamaya, 10 hours of commentating. That's a lot.
That's it.
It's 5 a.m. for the commentators on the Botez channel. Yeah, I don't know who came up with the scheduling for the commentators. Who agreed to that? The Botez sisters are in first and last place. It's true.
So White has to decide whether to give up the F pawn immediately with Rook B4 or Rook C4, or play Rook F3 and let Nemo take on H4 and play the Rook C4 fork. And she has to figure out which one of those she thinks gives her better chances. There's Alex walking by. The engine says they're both a draw, but Jennifer doesn't have an engine. So she might think one of them wins and one of them draws. I better play the right one. Alex did just walk on by.
Yeah, Alex walked by. Ben, do you know Alex's pet?
I thought Andrea was her pet. No, I don't know.
She's
Ben
got
for
another
Ben.
one. It's fine. I'm fine. Thanks for the sub to Ben Feynman.
Exactly.
um, so Ben, Alex has a pet bird
Mm-hmm.
named Squeak. He's also at the mansion, although we haven't seen him yet. But maybe he'll make an appearance.
Well, that would be good. No, I didn't know that, but that's good to know.
Yeah, Nemo has a pet. Did you know that?
No,
She got a cat recently, but the cat's not there.
I think I did know that, but I forgot.
Yeah, I mentioned the cat's name is Gambit earlier. And I asked, I guess, if you're a cat or a dog person.
So Jennifer's getting reasonably low on time, considering there's no more time control. She'll have 30-second increment, but she has less than 7 minutes. She's been playing pretty slowly in second time control.
And we've seen her do this earlier. I think she got under 10 minutes before move 40 with like a 17-minute think at one point. So, yeah, I mean, you called it. She's in a tough spot. She has to decide where the rook goes. And this was also must have been something that she was looking at before she even played King C1. So she's not really sure. She just knows that she's up a pawn and she has to push on and try her best. But Nemo's been putting up her best defense. And this is what's posing the tough think from Jennifer here, where the rook wants
Yeah, and
to
if
go.
you can show the critical line, if you can make the moves on the board, because this might happen. White plays rook f3, then black trades on h4, it plays rook d4, and then white plays rook a3, and black takes on h4, then white plays a5, and then black can play rook b4 check and rook b8, or just rook anywhere, d4 and d8. And we stop the pawn in time. And then the problem white has is, yeah, then something like, yeah. And you might even want to play, yeah, this is fine. And then black is just going to play h4, h3, h2, h1, and white has to take it with the rook, and it's a dead draw. So that's the problem white has is that's the negative of playing king b1 is now when black gets the past h pawn, the white king can't stop it.
Yeah, so the king all the way over to the queen side gets the rook.
Yeah,
out.
that's one line that could happen. White could also play rook b4 here. Oh, she took on
Ooh.
g5. That's not. Yeah, the engine doesn't think white's better anymore. The engine prefers black, which doesn't make any sense.
It's practically triple zeros, but essentially the
Yeah.
lines that we were all calculating, we were not looking at G takes or H takes G because essentially what you're doing is you're allowing for black now to play H4 at some point, which
Right.
gives black chances of promoting earlier. So yeah, we could have the same line essentially happen. This like
Yeah, what she did isn't bad. Just everything was a draw, so she picked one of the ways to draw.
Well, maybe what it was is that she's gonna play rook f3. Well, she has played rook f3.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah,
now-
and then she doesn't lose a pawn right
Yeah,
away.
rook
Right.
d4 doesn't lose a pawn. So, And that's interesting because like rook d4 in the line before makes a ton of sense because you see that you're forking the pawns, you're going to get one of them. But now rook d4 maybe is a little less obvious. Maybe black goes for something else.
Yeah, but black can just play h4. I mean, she'll play. I think she'll play h4. Just get the pass pawn, and then white's king is on, taped to the back rank. Passed f pawn doesn't matter. I think she'll just play h4, get it over with.
Can someone go with the laptop and show them it's a draw so that they can agree to it?
Well, I think they know it's a draw, but white's up a pawn, so white has to keep playing. Black's the one that can make a mistake and lose. But I mean, she hasn't done it so far, so I don't think she will. You want to play h4 at some point, so might as well play it now. But yeah, everything draws. Rook d4 draws, rook d5 draws. It's all a draw. Yeah, might as well just play h4. Yeah, it's hard to win when there's no pawns on the board. Yeah, good defense the whole game from Nemo. Yeah, their cap scores keep going up.
I'm trying to adjust the camera and see if I can make it
Yeah, move it towards. Yeah, I
a bit
understand.
better. All right. So yes, h4, and now both players have an outside pass pawn, and Jennifer
Right,
has...
and the f2 pawn just doesn't matter. That's not going to win in the game for anybody. And black's king's better than white's king, so yeah. The engine says every move draws. Yeah, rook d5 is one of them.
I think there was this move, rook b2 check, that was losing.
Yeah. Now after rook a3, she'll probably play h3. Yeah, I mean, it's just there's nothing to play for.
All right, so draw's coming very soon.
Probably, yeah. I don't think Jennifer is going to play on the rook and f pawn with her king cut off, but maybe. Such an easy draw with the pawn on f2.
Yeah, so Jennifer's long think. She was looking for something more, unable to find it. But the time pressure probably not gonna hurt her at this point. Even without extra time later on, they do still have the 30-second increment. All right, rook a3, and now...
Yeah, the only trick to watch out for is situation where we're both promoting our pawn. Then when white plays a6, white puts the rook behind the black pawn, and rook takes pawn on a6, loses to a skewer, rook h6 check. So if she doesn't blunder her rook in one move, then she's all set.
Can you show me that line?
Yeah, so like h3, a6, then h2, rook h3, rook a5. Well, actually, I just blundered and lost. Yeah, because I could check Yeah, I was just thinking rook a5 and then rook takes pawn, but rook d1 check wins. So instead of black losing the rook to a skewer, white's losing because black queens first. So even you can't even get the tricks to work.
the tricks are trickier than we thought. So yeah, Nemo could still win.
And that's the only trick that there is that skewer, but I don't see how it happens.
So yeah, we're expecting h3. The computer's also saying instead of h3, just immediately rook h5.
h5 draws, yeah.
So then you
rook d7 draws. Everything draws because it's the white king can't stop the h pawn, so there's no problem drawing. Yeah, here you can both queen, and then you trade queens because it's check. That could happen also. She played h3. Okay, and then Jennifer just gave up trying to win. I guess because a6 loses, so she has to do that.
Yeah, a6 loses to h2.
Right, so she had to take the pawn. Now she'll check and force the king back, and then she'll try to move her king over to her f pawn, which she can't. Oh, she's going to move her king right away. Doesn't make any sense. Just rook a2.
Yeah, why?
I don't know what she's going to do here. I don't know.
Why
I would
not?
check on h6 just to force the king back, but it doesn't matter.
That's a good point. You can't step if you get checked on h6. You can't step the king up because then you fall for that trick that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah,
the skewer trick. So there was a potential trick, and if
you
Mira doesn't fall for it, her king's
just if somebody hangs a rook.
I mean, it's possible, but yeah, king c1's peculiar because, like you said, rook a2.
Yeah, then she'll play rook f3 and bring her king around to g2. Okay, I mean, there's no winning chances. Might be better to play rook f5 and force white to do something stupid. It doesn't matter. It's all a draw. And she has tons of time, so.
But both players now, their accuracy has both gone over 95%.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think this could be the highest average accuracy game of the whole tournament?
Probably.
Right here, this game.
Every move perfect. Unless somebody wins, then the accuracy is going to go down. So she's got three moves to consider. There's rook a2, rook f5, and rook d5. Rook d5 just cuts the white king off, and almost every king and pawn ending is a draw. So that might be the easiest. I don't know.
Yeah, I like the rook d5 idea. Cutting the king off also makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, then I just do nothing. And then there's no way to win.
I like doing nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I do most of the time.
Yeah, it's tough because every move draws, so hard to pick one.
I think there's still a couple moves that lose.
There are.
Yeah.
There's at least three.
Wait, I see.
There's hanging your rook, and there's rook a6.
There's rook a3. There's rook h5. There's rook
And rook
a6,
a6.
and there's king f5, king e5.
Oh, king e5, king d5. You're the master of losing. Yeah.
These are pretty good. I mean, but yeah, anything besides that. Oh yeah, there's losing on time. Nemo is not one to put it past her to flag an opponent, regardless of classical time control or not. She'll do it. Nemo would not have any shame flagging Jennifer. She actually probably wants to. She's hoping for it. Jennifer Yu is a 2 times U.S. Women's Champ. Nemo is a Canadian champ and also World Youth Champ.
Jennifer's won the World Youth also.
Yeah, they're very similar. Both women grandmasters.
All zeros, almost the same accuracy. They're basically the same person.
The only difference is Nemo has the black pieces and Jennifer has the white pieces and a pawn. We're having a question in the chat. Did Ben Feingold win the World Youth?
I won the World Old. I was always old.
Like, was it Benjamin Button?
Yeah, exactly.
Is that your middle name?
Yep. Benjamin Button Feingold.
I'm sure most people knew that. Yes, it's 30-second increment, Optimus.
This is round 1.
Yeah, this is the start of the Botez camp, chess camp. It's a round robin with 8 players, so it should last 7 rounds. Ben and I will be back tomorrow at the same time to see Nemo play against Linda, who we just saw lose her first round against Alexander Botez in a rook and pawn endgame. This rook and pawn endgame, though, is not favorable for either side. I mean, white for choice with the extra pawn, but no way to promote it. We have a question. Can you explain how to set up a Philidor type defense and wait for white to push the pawn? I know there's a couple. Isn't there like a couple Philidor positions? Or am I thinking of Lucina?
Yeah, but you don't need the Philidor position to draw here because white's pawn hasn't moved at all. Basically anything draws.
Kalkaber asking, what's my go-to karaoke song? I like to joke around and say tequila.
So what Jennifer wants to do is keep the king cut off on the E file and get her king over to the G file and play like king over, get the king to G3, move the rook down the F file, push the F pawn. It's far-fetched, but that's what she's going to try to do.
So Jennifer has a game plan here. She's got that extra pawn. She's going to put it to use. And the way to do that is by bringing the king around. So she played king c1. She didn't care if Nemo cut her off on the second rank because she's going to use that f2 pawn to bring her king up to g2. So that's why Ben earlier was suggesting instead of rook a2, maybe Nemo could have tried this rook d5 idea, which cuts the king off to the queen side.
A funny way to draw here is for black to move her king all the way up. King e5, king e4, king d3, and stop white from moving her king over because it's checkmate. That's the funniest way to draw.
But
so like king e5, king d1, king e4, rook f8, king d3. And white wants to keep black's king cut off, but white's going to have to check from the back and force the king to the f file, which is an easy draw.
Smart.
Everything draws, so it doesn't matter.
What's up, I blame? Thank you. Welcome. So yeah, usually when the king gets up to this third rank, you have the mate when the kings are in opposition, and we see Nemo is bringing the king forward. But what's interesting, after the king gets to d3, white could play this move, king e1, so the kings are no longer in opposition. But the problem is this pawn on f2 cuts off that king's only move. So yeah, king e4 is going to hit with a tempo, so no time for white to continue with their plans.
Yeah, when black does that, there's no way to keep the black king off the f-file. We have to check them to the f-file. So that was her only hope, was the king is cut off, but it's not going to be cut off.
Yeah, and Nemo continues with her plan, king to e4, and now the rook has to stay on the f-file. Otherwise, if you stay on the third rank, rook takes f2. And now this is where Nemo can try her king d3 trick that Ben was showing us, because if the king continues, then he gets mated. So after king d3, white can only continue with rook checks. Nemo can just go back to e4, rinse and repeat.
Yeah, and the king doesn't get cut off. It's just right in front of the pawn. And she can try to win that position, but there's no winning chances.
Okay, yeah. King d3 played, going for the win. Rook d8, not allowing.
Now white has a lot of moves that lose after king d3.
So Nemo has the winning chances. King e4. This allows the king get to e1, defending the pawn in time.
Right, then the black king gets to the f-file, which is what she was trying to do.
Okay, so king f3. And then we have more checks. Jennifer does stream Bauer. Jennifer has a Twitch channel. Shout out to I Am Jinyu. I guess it shouldn't be I am. I guess it's I'm Jinyu. But I'm not Jinyu. Also, I'm not Ben Feingold. I'm also not Rosen.
You're not Rosen? I thought you were.
No. He's Rosen. A wild gremlin appears. Did Andrea walk by? I must have missed. I blinked. Hi, Chaco. You watch Ben's YouTube content and it helps you?
It wasn't supposed to help you. No. I'll have to take that down.
Andrea, well, we had an Andrea sighting. I think Ben and Andrea had like a meet and greet in Vegas one time.
Did I? Maybe.
I know you've done some,
sounds like something I do.
you've done some like streamer panel stuff.
Yeah.
You know, people travel far and wide to see Ben. But we all get to see him from the comfort of our own home. All right, so we have king f3. I was wondering if there was any like rook d3 check things, because I guess would you just go back to e4? Because
Yeah, rook d3 check, king anywhere, f4, g4, e4.
what about g2?
It's all good. No, I wouldn't go to g2. That might lose
Oh no.
because you're getting your king cut off for g3 check.
Yeah. Well, she doesn't try that. She tries rook f8. And now
Yeah, I assume every move draws. All legal moves draw.
wow. Even king g2.
King g2 draws too, yep. Because after rook g8 check, I don't have to get my king cut off. I can play king f3. I don't know what she'll play because they all draw, so I can't predict.
Are they all equal chance?
Yeah, everything is a draw.
So there's three legal moves.
Yep.
So all right, whoever puts it first in chat wins. What's up, Bauer? All right, King E4. And Nemo gets up and walks away. All right, who said King E4? Was it Phoenix? I think Phoenix wins. Maybe it was Vindictive. King F1. So Jennifer's kind of getting what she wanted.
Yeah, unfortunately, that doesn't do anything.
Unfortunately for her.
Yeah. Well, because probably the score sheet runs out at move 60, so they get more sheets to write moves.
Wow. Extra score sheets. Someone's saying Jennifer's wasting our time, but this is the perseverance and determination, the drive to win that it takes to be a champion. Right? If you have an extra pawn and you don't push to win, how do you expect to win?
So Nemo's like, wherever you move your king, I'm going to check you. And yeah, that's a very nice move. It's a nice, easy way to draw. Because if the king went to G2, she would just play rook G5 check. So Jennifer played rook G8, but it's not going to...
We had another Andrea walking by.
I think she'll play king F3.
Whoa! Right as you called it. And rook G3 check, force thinking back.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, all legal moves draw. It's actually Nemo who's down on the clock. She's under 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
When did that happen?
Yeah, it happened a couple of moves ago.
So they're basically playing a blitz game.
With 30-second increment.
It's basically a rapid game.
There you go.
Nemo leaning into the board.
Nemo can trade rooks here, but if she does, she'll lose. So it's better if she doesn't.
So Nemo's really used to playing online. So, you know, the higher up of an angle she gets, the more familiar it looks to her. You got to get that head down view.
Yeah, after rook G5, white trades on G5 and plays king G3 and wins the game. Well, she won't do that.
All right, so yeah, Nemo, don't trade rooks. Rook G5 is how you lose. Meanwhile, Jennifer's accuracy is now over 96, and Nemo's right behind her at 95.9. Rook B5.
Yeah, that's good. Simple move doesn't do anything.
Yeah, if she tries to do too much, then she'll lose. So if you do nothing, then you'll draw. Question, would it be considered rude to look at the board from the opposite side in classical? I don't think so.
I mean, things that are considered rude, that doesn't matter. People rude all the time. That's how you play chess. You're rude.
It depends. Who you
Anyway,
ask.
I didn't know that, but that's what Rihanna told me. Man, it's hard for white to do anything. Black's pieces are all perfect. She has to check from the side and then play king g3 and start the process.
Hammer says it's rude. Yeah, it depends who you ask, right? If you did that against you know, maybe Kramnik, like maybe he's saying, oh, it's not fair. He's looking at the pieces from my point of view. And with this last move, Nemo has just gotten to the 96% mark.
Go Nemo.
Rook all the way over to A8. Setting up.
Yeah, she wants to play rook a4 check, king g3, f3, repeat,
etc.
When the pawn gets, you know, the fourth rank, we can start checking from behind.
This is adding more fuel to Nemo's disdain for classical, perhaps. How much we're at the 5-hour mark.
Yep.
But I mean, I think we've already said this a few times now, but draw with black against Jennifer Yu, still something to be proud of, in my opinion. So, and Nemo's defense here, really, like, I would have lost this by every way imaginable. I already called out all the losing moves. So, it's easy to find the losing moves. I struggle finding the winning moves, Ben.
The truth hurts.
I guess it doesn't help when there's no winning moves. Actually, there were perhaps some mating chances, but Jennifer didn't fall for any of them. Has Nemo tried to offer a draw? Some people would also consider that rude.
Yeah, it's not black's place to offer a draw.
So Johnny D. Hello, Chelato. When it's over, you need to get breakfast. May I offer perhaps an almond for breakfast? It's my dinner. There's Andre. Shout out to Papa Botes. He's working hard. You guys think it's hard for these players, but they only have to play one round. Papa Botes, he's got to be there for both rounds. He's been on the clock since 11 a.m.
You know, he was complaining to me about that earlier on Discord, and I said, Papa Botes don't preach. 85% of the chat said, what? What does that mean?
Yuan Sully saying it's usually white that offers the... No, it's not about white or black. It's about which side is pressing for the win, right? So Jennifer has the extra pawn. Black down a pawn wouldn't... You wouldn't want to offer a draw. I mean, you could, but white clearly is the one that's still playing for a win here, trying to press on. So if white wanted a draw, they could offer the draw, and they would agree to a draw whenever white wants. But because white's continuing to play on, then you can assume that if black offered a draw, it would be accepted. So I guess that is how I kind of see it.
Yep.
Maybe it's different in like lower elo games. I guess anyone could offer draw anytime. Going for a flag win. Well, it's hard with increment, but it's possible. I mean, people have flagged before in classical with increment, so.
The players are playing better. Soon they'll be over 100%.
Nemo's actually closed the gap a little bit. They were 0.2 difference, a 0.2% difference. Oh, it just went back up. So, yeah, with that last move, Jennifer's percent accuracy went from 96.3 to 96.4, and Nemo is at 96.2. But Ben, I think Jennifer's setting up a trick here, but I guess there's no way that Nemo could fall for it. It's not possible. If Nemo passed her move, White was threatening a fork on f4. But unfortunately for Jennifer, Nemo was forced to move something, avoiding a potential blunder. Imagine someone falling asleep and running out of time. I'm sure that's happened.
Yeah.
There's a question. The arbiter is allowed to call a draw if he sees 50 moves with minimal progress?
No. None of that sentence made any sense.
Well, you know the 50 move rule, I guess, is what they're talking about.
Yeah, there's a 75 move rule for the arbiter if there's no pawn moves or captures.
So 75 moves, then the arbiter could call it a draw. And
Well, there has to be no pawn moves or captures.
yeah. And
So that's not going to happen.
what about threefold repetition? Could an arbiter call a draw then, or does the player have to?
No, the arbiter can call if it's a fivefold.
Fivefold.
Those are all relatively new FIDE rules too.
Okay, so like in the last few years.
Yeah, none of that ever happens. If it's 50 moves or threefold, the players call it.
That'd be hard to do, Chelato. They're all so great. And there's a pawn push. So this is resetting the 50 move.
Never play F3.
Wow, this game we saw both F6 and F3.
No wonder it's going to end in a draw.
Terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, we could see F6 happen twice.
We probably will.
I hope everyone is buckled up and fastened in their seatbelts, because we're going to see another 49 moves before F4 and another 49 moves before F5, etc. So we got at least another 150 moves. And we're on move 76. All for Nemo to blunder mate in one. No, that
Yeah, but their accuracy is going through the roof.
Okay, so yeah, 96.7 to 96.5. I think every single move, it adds an extra 0.1%.
Mm-hmm.
And Jennifer's gaining time on the clock. Nemo's getting pretty low, but this is Nemo's wheelhouse. This is where she's most comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
So Board Duel is asking if they get additional time at a certain move. They got an extra 30 minutes on move 40, but beyond that, no. Okay. I actually saw the check happen on the board faster than in the camera.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the camera might be lagging behind a little bit. Okay, it happened at like the same time. So now it's synced up a little bit. Anyways, so King F4 happened maybe a little faster than expected. And now I guess White could play F5 if they wanted.
No.
No?
No.
They can't do that?
No. I guarantee White won't play F5.
They haven't done the 49 moves first.
Well, you don't want to play F5 here. King F6 is too easy a draw.
So instead you play Rook G5.
I think she'll play Rook G5 check, yeah.
Jennifer's time is going up because you get 30 seconds per move added back to your clock. So anyone asking about a flag, it's very unlikely. Thanks, Vindictive.
No, Nemo's playing well so far. Nothing to complain about.
Fight Damon is saying, if I had the pawn advantage, I would go for the win no matter what. And that's exactly what you should do. Is Nemo back against the wall? Well, I mean, Jennifer's doing everything she can to push the pawn because that's how she would win, is to promote. So she's making as much progress as she possibly can, doing everything in her power. We see this.
Yeah, what Nemo needs to do now is just leave her rook on the third rank and just move her king around. And eventually it'll be the fiddler position if White plays King G5 and F5. Nothing else for White to do. As soon as White plays F5 at any position, then Black can put the rook on the back rank.
So yeah, even though Nemo is on the defensive and this is fairly simple draw. So eventually Jennifer's gonna run out of real estate. And Nemo's
Jennifer's gonna play Rook H5. And then I mean if I was Black, I'd play King F7 or King G7, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Rook H5 threatening a skewer to win the rook.
Mm-hmm.
There's always tricks. There's always tricks. So there's definitely still chances for White to win, but it's all on Nemo to blunder. So as long as she doesn't do that. Now, there's a lot of ways to blunder, as I've demonstrated. And, you know, Nemo is lower on the clock, and they've been here over 5 hours, so you can get definitely a bit tired. That can impact you to make mistakes. But we're confident enough in Nemo's abilities to manage this and hold it.
Hey, it broke midnight where I am.
It's a late.
It's 2 days of
late.
commentary.
Ben's getting doubled up on the day rate. I guess it counts for tomorrow though, too.
That's right.
Shout out to RUB9 for the 37 months Prime. Huge. Wow, rook h5. Ben's been calling out all the moves. Rook g5, rook h5. So we could see a huge blunder here, folks. Yeah, Papa Botes has been working for all the games. Nemo just wiped the, I mean, if she accidentally touched a piece, I guess it still is a draw. You couldn't even get her on touch piece move rule. But okay, she didn't move the king back.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what she does. It's all a draw.
The check forces her king backwards. Nemo putting her rook on the back rank.
It's funny. This is the Philidor position, but one rank up. If she plays rook b5, it's exactly the Philidor position, but it's better for black than the Philidor position. Yeah, now she could play rook b5, and then that's it. Then just black does nothing, and it's a draw.
Now what about she's done rook b5, but I was gonna ask.
Yeah, this is the Philidor position, but it's better than the Philidor position for black because you're not on the back rank. So now there's no winning attempt. She can just play rook c5, rook b5. There's nothing white can do.
So instead of rook b5, if you started checking from behind rook g1, the king gets to.
Well, king f5 stops all the checks.
So then, is that any chance for white at that?
Yeah, white has winning chances there. It's still a draw, but this is a very easy draw.
And now in this position, I know you mentioned you don't want to play f5, but if white does push the pawn,
then we play rook to b1, and it's check from behind. There's nowhere to hide.
Got it. So yeah, this makes sense, right? With the king and pawn here, if we start checking behind now, the king can step forward. But
right,
we go to b5, cut the king off, and only after the pawn pushes, then we bring the rook back.
Right.
Now
yeah, here we just play rook c5, rook b5. If they push the pawn, you play rook b1. Yeah, and she knows she always knew. Her opponent knows too. So the truth hurts.
Ben knows it. Ben told me, so now I know it. Nemo always knew it. Jennifer always knew it. Some of you might not know it, but you'll see it. Nemo's about to get up again. No, she's just readjusting. She's waiting. She's ready for Jennifer's next move. Jennifer just hit 96.9 accuracy. Nemo,
Hey, that's my birthday. 9669. No, it was a very well played game, and Jennifer was always pressing, and Nemo defended well.
shout out to Coco Lloyd Cruz for the 4-month sub with their prime. A lot of people using their primes. That's good to see. You love to see it. Cheesy saying this is still losable with both colors. That's true.
Yeah.
I was born in 96. But not 96.9. So Ben and I were both born in 96.
Exactly.
The difference is he's a GM. And
Otherwise, we're the same.
you graduated high school in 96.
In 86, I graduated high school.
You guys see the food? It's dinner time.
Nemo's choking on her own rage.
So Jennifer, she's using that time that she's banked up.
Yeah, Jennifer is hoping for her opponent's death and then she wins on forfeit.
Yeah, Nemo might get bored to death. That's another way to win. But it's a risky play because she also might forget about her time.
I mean, she could also die too. So if either player dies, they lose. They have to take that into account every time they don't offer a draw. I know that I do.
With every move, you get closer to death.
Yeah, you're like, I could die before the next move, so maybe I should offer a draw. You don't want to die and lose on forfeit. Then your final rating is terrible.
Offer draw now while you still can.
Famous chess player died during his tournament game. And I think it was in California too. It was Emery Tate.
Ah.
Emery Tate was playing a rated game and he walked out of the bathroom and said, call 911, and he collapsed. I don't know if the game was rated, but I'm sure he would want to know. It happened last month. Oh, yeah, it happened last month. A GM died during the game. I forgot. Some older GM in Eastern Europe died during the game. That's how I want to die. So, yeah.
Doing what you loved. Defending a Philidor.
Yeah, Rahman, he's only 50. I think Tate was a little older than that. Well, maybe not.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, that is Andrew Tate's dad.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not sure if he died at the hospital or at the game. But since both players are going to live, White doesn't have many chances.
So Jennifer brings the rook all the way back, preventing Nemo from going rook b1.
Yeah, but even after f5, rook b2 is enough. And with the rook on the first rank, Black can play king g6 or king f6. So White has to check and force the king back. King f6 slightly more professional because f5 isn't check.
But now Jennifer can dangle this pawn in front of Nemo and bait it on f5. Rook takes f5. Jennifer wins.
Yeah, but she might not play rook takes f5. And by might not do it, definitely won't.
What if she thinks they're playing that variant where captures are forced?
There you go.
I don't know. There's probably a few variants like that.
The players are in the same room. The commentators are not.
We're in the same call.
That's true.
We're also in the same country.
Also true.
Rook c1. Maintaining her time advantage.
I predict rook a5.
What about rook b6?
I don't predict that. Every move draws, but I predict rook a5.
But now
That's why I get paid the big bucks.
but now rook c6. And just king g7?
Yep. King f7 probably.
Oh, f7.
But g7 is the same. Doesn't matter. No, Nemo's not going to offer a draw. That's Jennifer's job.
I mean, I think it's okay if Papa eats. There's no rule that says he can't eat, right?
It's very specific in the rules. He can't eat. Tough
Damn.
tournament.
The players indirectly making Papa Botez wait for his meal.
Yeah, now she'll play f5.
Has it been
That's
40
the only
minutes
reason to play. That's the only reason to play rook c4.
to prevent checks?
Yeah, then you can't play rook b4 check.
Moment
And
of
every move draws except taking it.
check. All right, King G7 or King F7, chat.
I predict f7.
I have to go with G7.
Okay. I'm not confident.
I mean, there's this secret hidden third option, E7. I think more people are saying, I mean, I've been predicting more of Nemo's moves.
Hey,
Yeah.
you were right.
I think Ben's good at predicting Jen's moves. I've been good at predicting Nemo's. I think Ben maybe subconsciously liked F7 so that the pawn can't check the king.
Exactly.
Now
I predict rook b1 and then some. Boy, do I predict that. If only you knew how much I predicted it.
Wait, but what about rook b4 check? Oh no.
No, b4 check.
Okay. All right, rook b1. B-dubs, thank you for the 1,000 bits.
Talk about mindfulness. Everybody still here is a hero in my book.
She might offer a draw now.
The draw offer prediction. There went Andrea.
I mean, she might. I'm not predicting she will, but she could.
It's possible. Yeah, so everyone that's been hanging around, you're all appreciated. Whether you've been here from the start or just tuning in or here from the raid.
Once again, Nemo has more time on the clock.
Nemo's back up on top. There's Gerber with the backpack. Shout out to Gerbs. Really appreciate that guy. Hipside's in here. Only bets the nuts is here. Who's that? Who's Gerber? He's only one of the best mods of all time.
97 to 96.9. A perfect
Wow.
game.
Some checks are coming in.
Rook d6.
So Jennifer and Nemo now over 97% in a classical game, and they're at move 89. The king making its way downtown to e5. Getting checked again. Can you trade rooks and then take the pawn now?
Yeah.
Is this what we're gonna see?
Maybe.
That's got to be the easiest thing.
Got to play king versus king. They passed move 90, so Nemo has another side of the score sheet.
Check. She's checked the king. King. Okay, rook trade. Are we gonna see it? It's on the board. And now after king takes, I mean, I guess Jennifer.
King f7 draws and king f6. Oh snap!
Oh wait. All right, king f6. She's going for that last pawn. Ah, here we go. They're signing the score sheets. Did they shake hands?
They did.
I missed it.
You missed it.
Not even allowing the pawn capture. So Jennifer remains up a pawn in the final position.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, claps in chat. I mean, GG's. Nemo getting a huge draw with the black pieces against the #1 seed, Jennifer Yu, who's definitely got to be her toughest opponent of the entire event. Maybe
Higher rated players got 2 today. Decisive game is for the both.
We only have to listen to you film your.
Oh my god, no, I know. And did you guys not have earplugs? I'm gonna make sure tomorrow that there's a solution.
Sorry, chat, I turned on their audio,
I'm really sorry.
so that was a mistake.
Yes, we have a lot of problems. Jen won. You won.
Thank you all for the gifted subs. JC Lion, no one won. It was a draw. A peaceful result between two of the favorites. I need to figure out a way to listen to what they're saying. How do I do this?
They probably heard my YouTube video too. Oh my gosh, sure, yeah.
I offered you a draw at the time when I actually thought the game was a draw. But what did you?
Hey, Gerber.
Does anyone know how I listen to ABS?
But you thought for like 20 minutes, so I thought like.
Forgot how to do it. There's got to be some setting.
It's like I have to play that right. Yeah, you have to. You know, going to was fun. But you know, going to the Rugged game is well, unless I mess up, it is a theoretical draw. No?
But like, wow.
Yeah, it's true. Okay.
Maybe I should know how to get for.
You guys gonna do best out of me?
If somebody's trying to sponsor it, I'll show up.
I was gonna say H65. That was like. Really
So yeah, that game was over 90 moves. Players with both over 97% accuracy. Ends in a draw. They're analyzing the game right now.
Honestly, I thought for me.
Thank you, Shane, for the sub.
I mean, that's like the only way.
No, I don't hate you.
Is Nemo the current character? I don't think so.
No. No, she hasn't played chess in a while.
Can I go first if you don't mind so I can say bye to stream after?
And yeah, this very
Wait,
well
Joe,
could
can you
be
just hang on for a
the
second
highest
and analyze,
percent
like,
accuracy
the
game
game or whatever so I
in
can
the
say
entire
some
tournament
like
already
goodbye,
in round
like,
one.
goodbye words.
So,
1 second.
yeah, and congrats again to both players. Really hard fought. I mean, very solid defense from Nemo. I don't think.
Yeah,
she
very
really-
good game.
Dubs83 gifted a tier 1 sub to Yosoithasanate.
Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you for the sub, Bolter.
Congrats on the draw, Nemo.
Shout out to Mega in the chat. Alex, Jules, and Alex and Jules both tied for first with 1 point. And then the other 2 games were draws. So you have 4 players in the middle with half a point. But that is very promising for Nemo's tournament.
Yeah, that was a very good game. Good defense.
All right, Nemo's saying, hold on, she'll be back. Thanks to Nemo for allowing us this opportunity. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We'll be back tomorrow. So I know Ben's got to get his sleep, his beauty sleep. I do too, but I'm probably going to get some food. Maybe, should I go pick up Gerbs or do I leave him there? Make him sleep on the couch. I mean, the couch there is probably nicer than the couch at my place.
I'm actually recording a podcast tomorrow for somebody who just mentioned that. It's Dylan and Elena. They have a podcast that Kieran and I will be doing tomorrow. I'm not sure when it's going to come out. They have to edit it, but we'll be interviewed tomorrow.
Nice. That'll be fun. And shout out to Papa Botes. There he is in the back, finally getting some food. He's checking it. He's like, what time is it? Oh my goodness. So, yeah, this has been great. I hope you all enjoyed it. I know the game was a long one. It's a doozy. But that's what happens when these two absolute talented players go head-to-head in a matchup. You know, these players, if given the time, they can really play these top-level moves, and we saw both of them play. 97.2% from Jennifer, 97.1 it's reading for Nemo. And that's as good as it gets. I'm sure we might have Kramnik take a look at this. This might get on his radar. Yeah, we're going to be back tomorrow. We have 7 total rounds. This was only the beginning. And this is the toughest opponent that Nemo's going to face. So after this, you know, Nemo's now the favorite.
Smooth sailing. Yeah.
She's going to win the rest of them. So yeah, Sepper's prediction, perfect score, has been busted. Shout out to Papa in the chat. Thanks, Mega Monica. Thank you, Dan. Thank you all for being here. We're going to wait for Nemo. She said to give her a second. So if you guys have questions for interviews, feel free to put them in the chat. Ben and I will probably ignore it, but, you know, someone...
We might not.
It's possible. We could ask... Maybe Nemo could see it, actually. Nemo was in the chat, too. Anna underrated. Anna was beating Dina. Like, that... Like, I mean, Dina, I think, might be one of the most competitive people in that house. Anna... I mean, you can't count Anna out. I'm sure watching Pia cover an Anna Kramling game has got to be one of my favorite Twitch chess experiences. I don't know if you've watched any Pia commentary, Ben, particularly for Anna.
Uh-huh. No, I have. Yeah.
She gets very excited.
Mm-hmm. She gives a lot of details, which is good.
We need to see some Papa Botes commentary, I think. But he's got a busy job to do. Pikachu. Thank you, Ulan, for gifting the Papa. Legend.
Ulan Kalufit gifted a tier 1 sub to Papa Botes. They have given 893 gift subs in the channel.
That's a lot of gift subs.
Yeah, that is a lot.
Dina's the highest rated, surely. I'm pretty sure Jennifer Yu is higher rated.
Mm-hmm. And even if she was, don't call her Shirley.
Linda had a chance at a draw in the last game. I think Botes grabbed a pawn that she shouldn't have, but then Linda blundered back with a pawn check, allowing Alex to get in. Oh, come on. I got the airplane joke. I know. It's a fancy chandelier.
Mm-hmm.
They got. We're just waiting for. I mean, guys, listen. Nemo just played a 5.5-hour game. We can give her a little bit of time. Yeah, no, this is a good result, and it's FIDE rated, so Nemo's gaining rating. I think a lot of people had questions how rusty Nemo could have been after not playing classical for so long. I know a lot of people are saying, "Oh, is bullet bad for your classical rating? Is blitz is speed chess online bad for your rating?" And Nemo's proven she's still out here hanging with the best of them. She just dropped a 97+% accuracy game against the 2 times U.S. Women's Champ Jennifer Yu. So, Papa Botez dropping some fun facts in the chat. Do we get free food for commentating? Was that part of
Don't we get gift cards from, Wendy's or something?
I thought it was Tim Hortons.
Yeah, but we're American, so.
That's not going to do us any good.
Yeah, that's true.
I guess there's got to be some Tim Hortons in the U.S.
There are, yep. There are many.
Maybe in Michigan.
Definitely.
That might be more useful to you than to me. Wait, do commentators normally get paid? Is that a thing?
No.
That's what I thought. I'd love to go to Canada. I want to go to a hockey game. Are you a Red Wings fan, Ben?
I'm not a hockey fan, but, Red Wings go Wings.
Do you have a team?
In hockey? No.
No, that you follow in general.
The Atlanta teams because I live in Atlanta.
Papa?
Go Atlanta.
No, it's okay, Papa. It's okay. She knows. She knows we're here. There she is. She was just right there.
Hello.
Hi, Nemo.
This is pretty
I don't actually know how we're gonna do the call.
I don't know if you guys can actually hear me yet, so I'm gonna give you guys a second.
I know the stream can hear her, but I can't
I
hear
just
her.
did my interview.
And I know Ben. Wait, Ben might be able to hear her through the stream.
I can't hear her.
I'm dying.
Well, I have the stream muted.
I can't believe Jen
'cause we're
actually
talking.
dragged
I know.
the game out,
Should
knowing
we-
that I had a cough,
Chat, you're gonna have to tell us what
and
she's
then
saying.
the game was like theoretically.
does she
a
wanna join
draw
our
starting
Discord
from
call?
Move 30 or whatever. Anyways, I was dying the whole game. She was really, really, really there waiting for me to die. Like she was waiting on me to die, and I respect that a lot. Honestly, I super duper respect that. Also, sorry. No, I've been sick for a while. I actually got unsick, and then my asthma really kicked up, which is why I have not 1 but 2 inhalers. So I'm just trying to stay alive
She's got her
during
inhaler.
this tournament. So yeah, Jet is actually a savage. She really, 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 really did. Yeah, the comment with her eyes and I'm waiting for me to die. Oh wait, I can hear I'm gonna call.
Thank you for the bits.
I did survive. I can call. Wait, can I call you guys? Thank you, Alex. I'll release the commentators very soon. I'm so sorry. Let me just call really quick. The sound is not great. Okay. Oh. Wait. Sorry. This is gonna mess everything up. Lots of echo. One sec. Joe, can you add me to the group call?
Oh, Ben, she's tried to call us.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
Wait. I don't know if video is gonna work here. Are you able to hear me?
Hello.
Hear you.
Hi, Ben.
Hello.
Do you want to turn
Okay,
your
Joe might
camera
have
back on?
to mute the mic.
Yeah.
Okay, hi Ben. Hello. Okay. Okay, one sec. Alright, honestly, this is kind of scuffed. I will guys later. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna release the commentators because you guys have been doing an amazing job, and you're all like,
Oops.
you guys have been amazing. So it's been like 6 hours, and I want to let you guys go. Oh no, they can't really hear us. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll talk to chat later. I wanna just let Ben and Joe go. Can we please give a huge thank you to Ben and Joe for being here for this entire time. And honestly, like, I was not expecting to make this a 6-hour game. It's not my fault. I was trying to get out of it. I offered a draw on like move 30 or something, but thank you guys so much. You guys are
Alright,
amazing.
Ben, it sounds like we're not gonna interview her, so
I'm just gonna
I
let
guess
you
we're
guys.
good.
Yeah, I just turned on the
Okay.
stream so I could hear her.
Thank you. You guys can hop off.
Alright,
and
well,
I'll
thanks
just talk
everyone.
to chat a little bit.
I guess we'll raid
Yep.
someone.
Okay, Ben, please, just like.
I don't know,
disconnect.
she's still
You're
talking
fine.
then.
Please, yeah, please. It's totally
Yeah, she
okay.
says, you know,
Please feel
whatever
free
she
to go.
says.
Alright, so we'll leave, but she'll stay on.
Yeah, you guys.
Okay.
I know.
All right, see you tomorrow, Joe.
See ya.
Yep. Bye, everybody.
Yeah.
Bye.
All right. Thank you so much, Ben. Thank you so much, Joe. All right. Okay. Sorry, guys. This is so scuffed. I can't believe it's 9:30. But all right. Thank you. I hope that Joe. Oh no, did Joe? Okay. I think Joe left the camera on. Okay. Seriously, I can't thank Ben and Joe enough. This was absolutely insane. They were great. Please give them a follow. Yeah, I 100% understand. This is why I do not play classical chess. It's been an insane day. I think the game was, in itself, very interesting for me to play. I actually enjoyed playing the Ruckin game because it really, like, tickled my brain. So, it's kind of insane there. But I hope you guys enjoyed. This is obviously the first game of, like, 7. There's 6 more games. And I also gotta go get some rest and probably not do any prep. I'm just gonna go get some rest. So yeah, anyways, thank you guys. Joe and Ben are amazing.
Good job.
They are going to be back here tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. Pacific. I'm so sorry for making them stay a little longer. Hey, Shorty Beard Cat, thank you so much for the tier 3. Welcome back to the 6th month. I trust that you guys were in good hands. I play with 97% accuracy. That's actually so crazy. Yeah, I honestly did not expect to draw Jen. I was hoping for a good game. A draw is a better result. But anyways, you guys will see the interviews and stuff later, probably on the Botas channel. But I hope you guys enjoy. Thank you all so much for coming. I'm gonna give the raid over to, it's probably at 3 tomorrow. You're right, it's probably at 3. I play Linda tomorrow with the white pieces, and it's going to be at 3, not 3:30. As long as there is no, what's it called? There is no, like, delay, I guess. But yeah, anyway, 3 a.m. Pacific tomorrow. Also, before I sign off, don't forget this stream is sponsored by G2A, so if you guys haven't already, and you want to go play something that is not classical chess, you can check out Command G2A, and if you check out Command G2A, you can find some games that you want to play at a discount. So if you want to play Elden Ring, if you want to play the Elden Ring DLC, you can probably finish the entire game in the same time it takes to play a classical game of chess. Feel free to do that. So you guys should absolutely check it out. But yeah, thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. Go check out G2A. And also don't forget to follow me on all my socials. I will definitely be checking out some games and stuff. Anna sus. Wait, I didn't even see. I've been so tired. Sorry. I'm so out of it. Okay. Anyways, check out G2A. G2A is awesome. Alright. Thank you guys so much for coming. I'm giving the raid over to Danya. This is actually FIDE rated. It'll be fun. Oh, I can't. It's not working. Yeah, Elden Ring is actually probably shorter than a game of classical chess. It actually is. Depending on how good you are, you can probably finish the game in the time span. There's a lot of things you can finish in the time span. You can also probably finish Baldur's Gate. No, I'm joking. Alright, thank you guys all so much. Go say hi to Danya for me. Take care, everyone. Thank you. This was a great day. Appreciate it so much. One more shout out for Joe Bruin and also Ben. Please, mods, thank you guys so much. All right, take care, everyone. Good night. Peace out. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. The commentators did such an amazing job. Okay. Bye. Bye. Thank you. Bye.